It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Tonight, let us make them remember we are not afraid!
No fear here on Declare Your Independence with me, Ernest Hancock, from the Sonoran Desert with Dr. Phranq Tamburri on the Trump Report. This is, Phranq and I went and saw the movie Melania Sunday. I guess it was opening day or the weekend or whatever. And, you just want to have fun, go with Phranq to see, Melania. That'd be fun. One thing that I got out of it was rich, white privilege, foreign woman shows off her shoes. I mean, I'm waiting for the
same
memes.
thing I was going to say. The best part was Melania's shoes, those black stilettos coming out of the limo. I'll never get that sight out of my head.
It seemed like she was... It was a FU to the fashion and style industry. If I don't need on the cover of Vogue, I got my own documentary, you can suck it. And it was definitely a vanity project for her. It gave you a kind of behind the scenes from her perspective a little bit, but what she was trying to relay is, and then her program for the children. Yeah, just free them and you'll have more children. But, it's... It really gave me a sense of she's in a different class, a different perspective. At least Trump gives the impression that the common man's important and a perspective from and MAGA. But it was worth watching. It wasn't offensive. It wasn't, unentertaining. It was, how the beautiful people live. And her, really what she wanted to emphasize was she brings style and grace to the White House. She's Jacqueline Kennedy, And I'm like, yeah, okay. But it did well as a documentary. It's doing really well. It's not black. It beat out Jason Statham's new movie coming out. And I'm like, hey, you beat up my Jason Statham? What are you Muay or something? What the hell? So this is, I haven't seen a lot of pushback. Not that I'm looking, whatever, but usually you would get deluged with, criticisms.
Well, Ernie, first off, you have to define doing well. This is where it gets into the politics and the numbers. It's doing well if you say that it's not the worst seen movie for the week. That's true. Number two, for a documentary, technically, it's not like it's lost the most money for a documentary. But the movie only made about $7 million. It made like $7 million, which is pocket change, really.
Trump change.
It's just Trump change. And the thing is, how much this thing costs? Though it's if you define it by how many movies this weekend opened, all that, you can make that argument. But when you look at how much it cost, right? It turned out this goes beyond a vanity project. This smells of a quid pro quo because he was making deals with Amazon, and Jeff Bezos bought MGM Studios. That's why Jeff Bezos of Amazon now owns James Bond, and we're going to see how woke he makes James Bond now. That's a whole other story. But he bought MGM, and then they turn around, they put Brett Ratner in, Brett Ratner's the director of the Rush Hour movies, but he got kicked out during the Me Too movement in 2017. All these women, including the actress Olivia Munn and all of them, came out and accused him of all this stuff. So he got blacklisted. So they got this blacklisted director, which, I'm not supporting the whole Me Too crap. A lot of that was all BS, but still. So this is his first return. So he must have got hired cheap. And then Amazon gets in, and Amazon spends, don't quote the exact number, but it's like $43 million they paid for the exclusive rights to run it. And then they paid another 30-something million in order for marketing. So this movie is like $75 million for a documentary that just made $7 million. So this is, like you said, this is a pet project where quid pro quo or a gift
a lot of that
of
went
Trump
to
to
Melania.
Melania. No, exactly. But it's like a gift to Melania is really what it is. I mean, $75 million for a documentary that only brought $7 million in. I mean, of course, streaming. It's going to be on Amazon Prime because, Jeff Bezos owns that pretty soon. And I'm sure she'll get some money from that. But that's not good arithmetic for the world's best businessman, Donald Trump. That's not a great investment.
It is. It makes you a happy wife, happy life. I'll tell you that. She got hers. Well, she's been putting up with so much abuse, and she's been, cool about it,
True.
back. I remember her overcoat that she wore one time. I don't really care, do you? That kind of thing. I'm like, all right. That was probably the most activism that we got out of her. And, but what I was expecting and hoping for and would have felt like I got my money's worth was more than 2 words out of Barron. I'm like, what the hell, man? He's of age now. Suck it up, man. Put him on stage. I'm still very interested in the role that he's playing in the future. All his other kids they're saving him for something, because you can't have a controversy over something you never said. That's very interesting. He's young. I mean, God, the guy's what? 20, 21, 22, I mean, young. But I remember when he went into the White House the first, it was what? God, almost 10 years ago or something. So he was a kid. But it's interesting how isolated they keep his life. There's like hands off, Trump will come. You see all my whip ass and I'll make your life better than soothe and what mess with Barron, watch what happens, So I think everybody's kind of, whoa, we just stay away from that one. But Melania has now put herself on the chopping block. She's a public figure, a documentary kind of man. And I haven't seen really anything. I guess their thought process is don't say anything or you'll boost your sales or so. I don't know what's going on. What are you hearing?
About what?
Attacking Melania, going after her, using this as meme fodder.
Yeah, I'm not hearing that. I mean, look, the left is going to do what they're going to do. I mean, they have their own cynicism towards her. But I think I think it's been fairly quiet. It's just been an issue. Also, just the demographics. No surprise, but Texas and Florida and the red states are where, everyone saw it, and the blue states was barely even there. They're just mocking the empty
it was
theaters.
older people mostly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In fact, it was 55 and older were the main demographics, conservative. I mean, no surprise. I think it was like 75 to 80% white, and also 75% white, 75% female. So mostly women went to theater, which including our theater, there's only a handful of us in there, and there was like 3 women sitting next to Ernie, So and of course my mother was there, my mother, my wife, and Donna. So Ernie and I were outgendered there clearly.
No point. I was, I talked to anybody about it. I'd rather be waterboarded than watch that. I mean, that kind of thing. But for me, it was more just to hang. With Phranq, you go to the movies with Phranq and you're movied up, man. It's like watching sports with my son-in-law. He knows everything. He 24/7 ESPN or something. He knows, all the players, bicep size and stuff. I mean, where they came from and how and what order of the draft. When it's kind of like that, when you go to talking about anything movies with Phranq, he knows all the movie stuff. So I sit back and, pontificate, tell me everything. I get learnified. So it's always a good time, and I love Savarda, and your mom's always been cool. So we had a good time. I was kind of thinking your daughter was going, staying with her grandmother, Savarda's parents, while we went to the movie. I don't know. Would she got anything out of it? I mean, she goes to the movies with us and other stuff.
I think, with my daughter, I think so. She's turning into a little fashionista. So seeing Melania, just how beautiful and poised she is, and being and everywhere Melania would go would be gold, and except the irony is, and my mother even pointed this out too, is that they live in all this opulence, but because of the security and everything else going on, and all of their speaking tours and such, everywhere they enter, it's always through back alleyways and through warehouses and such. And so it was interesting parking garages, and it was interesting with the contrast where you see a lot of times Trump with her as well. But I mean, here's like one of the most, I don't want to over speak about it, but just this poised, beautiful woman, how you look at her, just the perfection of her face and her eyes and her makeup and her nails and her stilettos, and she's going like the complete arm
show
candy
the hours of prep for
Trump.
that.
Yeah, no, for everything. And then she, as they're always walking through like warehouses and, cement blocks and cinder. But, it's just an interesting contrast.
But you know what was in that little Easter eggs in the beginning when she's going through the parking garage, there,
right.
Line of black SUVs come in. She gets out and goes to, I guess, a private elevator that goes to their suite or whatever. And as she's walking down the concrete walls of the parking garage, there's a couple, Trump posters and stuff around.
Oh, yeah. Build the wall and all this kind of stuff. They definitely own that little spot. So that was interesting with the contrast. It was neat to see, to the credit, to see a little peek behind some normalcy, just to see a day in the life. I thought that was fascinating. I do think, though, it does
Abby normal.
It does set a different precedent, though. I mean, you may not be aware, but maybe, I guess it's kind of obvious. I mean, no other president has done that, and typically it's considered uncouth to film at the White House behind the scenes. It's almost like you're using look, I mean, at this point, everything's politicized. I did not take this movie as political. I think that they did a good job at that. They just kept it on Melania. It's like, here's the first lady, and here's what she's doing during this set amount of time. It was kind of like this is this interesting analogy.
It's going into the inauguration is what it was about.
The inauguration. It was kind of like they took the tactic of like what Spielberg did when he did the Abraham Lincoln movie. When most people do the Abraham Lincoln movie or a movie like that, Christopher Columbus, what have you, they often start with how he's born and how Abe Lincoln in a little log cabin and he's chopping wood, and then he makes his way up, and you see the story, right? And what was interesting with Lincoln is that Spielberg knew not to fall into that trope. So he decided, let me take one specific time period of what Lincoln did, something that maybe created the formation of the legend of Lincoln, about his ability to debate and to bring people together, and a crisis point for him, which of course was the 13th Amendment. And he just decided, let's just do 1 week in the life of Lincoln at this pivotal time. And that's why that movie was unique. It was very boring for a lot of people. It's very political, not to make this about the Lincoln movie. But that's what this Melania thing was. My mother and my wife, they were a bit disappointed. Maybe Donna was too, because they were expecting more the life story of Melania, about how she grew up and how she became a polyglot and how she started her own company. I mean, she is self-made on her own, in the fashion business and clothes. And like, she created her own little empire of her, as almost like a Martha Stewart from where she comes from overseas, and then got into Europe. That's just a little bit I know about her, but just to be able to see her whole story, that's what I think a lot of women especially went to see. Instead, they did the Spielberg approach. Here's like 1 week in her life, or 2 weeks, which was the build up to the inauguration. So after they won the election, and then the build up, and then the inauguration, it was over. So, but from that focused amount of time, you got to see behind the scenes of the administration, and how also Secret Service works, the fashion designers, how the interaction with the fashion world. Not that this was all about fashion, but just to see how that plays out. But yeah, it was definitely interesting to see. But I think vapid for I think a lot of people expecting more.
I expected more.
Uh,
It was not offensive. I didn't, run to the front and say I want my money back.
mhm.
You kind of, I wasn't super surprised by anything other than it was very clear to show Melania as the fashion style queen. I'm bringing style back. I'm the first lady. Everybody, first lady should be first lady, and it was. The one thing that I really wish they hadn't have put in, it didn't add to it, was her, restarting her emphasis on children. It's always the children. We're going to help with the children or something. And she had Brigitte Macron on, which he's doing whatever. But so she's up there. Oh yeah, I'm gonna work. Yeah, we're gonna work together. We're going. What? What are you gonna do? You gonna free the people? You want to solve the children? Get rid of the Federal Reserve. I'll solve children. I mean, it's just anything fundamental or basic. It was more of the appearance of doing something than actually doing something. And she embraced that. And if she can make something happen, whatever, get rid of the Department of Education, and then they go and fully fund it. I'm like, what the shit? I thought we were promised you're going to get rid of that, cabinet. So it's just more of the same. And Melania got hers. I'm like, fine, peace. There. Are we done yet? You got to say what you wanted to say. And it was a middle finger to the fashion style industry. I don't need you. I'm Melania. First lady, look at this. Woo, I kick ass. And a lot of it, you can see she has talent. She was in... the dresses that she wore, that she was designing with her designers, and make this hat band a little thinner here, and, dart this a little kind of whatever. Then she'd go and, they'd redo it, and she'd come back, and yeah, it looks better, and let's make this thing. Because all those dresses were for the inauguration. And she looked good. And she's 50-something years old, and, she's plastering on the makeup, and we didn't get to see that. We're not getting the, God, was it Lonnie Anderson? Who is it that was in the new Naked Gun? Pamela Anderson. Pamela Anderson decides to go without makeup. Well, she's been doing that for like the past year. And she's a beautiful woman still. She looks good, but it's not the same. And we're not getting that from Melania. She's not sitting in front of the mirror caking on whatever the hell she's putting on, because her makeup, her complexion, her face, she's bucketing on the oil of Olay or something. She's looking good. But this is and almost got to look at her feet. At the end of the movie, they finally get in the White House or up in the residence, and she takes off her shoes. And then I think I got a glimpse of some Band-Aids on there, and I wanted to see, you walk around those high heels all day, every day, man, that's going to cause some blisters, man. I just want to see that. So, no, it's high heels, all high heels. Look at the high heels, and, and pay no attention to what it does to my feet. But it was beautiful. It was pleasant scenery. There wasn't a lot of substance. There wasn't a lot of news. There wasn't a lot of anything other than what she wanted you to see. The most genuine in the whole group probably was Trump, but he, made like half appearances and there 30 seconds here and there and whatever. It wasn't about him. Thus the title of the movie, Melania, okay? The impression that I got at the end of all this, all I could think of is I go, yep, target-rich environment. It's going to be rich, white, privileged women of damn. They didn't hide that at all. She wasn't like I grew up in the slums of or anything. It was, I'd be rich, I married a rich guy, I'm in the White House, and everybody else could suck it. So that was the impression I got. What did you think was the end result of it?
Yeah, It's a great question. I think in some ways the movie is like it's like an out of sync time capsule. You know, let's just put for argument's sake, and I know there was a lot of doubters and all this and about Trump from even beforehand, and we've been arguing about the Trump report for a long time. Um, and this is a loaded topic to start off with here, but how much has Trump been with good intentions these last, all these years trying to become president? I'm not saying he's not a narcissist and, he certainly does stuff for his family, whatever, but how much did he really try to make a difference versus, he's been a scam artist from day one, which is the other claim. But maybe, the argument for some, and I'm kind of on the fence with this one, but is that he really tried in his own way. I'm not saying he's perfect, not saying he's a Jesus or anything like that, God forbid. But that I think something seemed to have changed in this last administration, right? In this last year. I mean, he got in there, and it's like everyone I talked to, even who supported him, it's like the invasion of the body snatchers. It's almost like the old cliche that Alex Jones and you and everyone, half this audience would say. You get in there and you actually are Dudley Do Right to some degree, and then they go, good luck to you. But but they slide across the envelope and it's got JFK's head on there or something, and then suddenly it all changes. And we've all seen this. Some of us many people predicted this before when the Adelsons gave him all that money before the election. And we can save that one for later because we definitely want to talk about Epstein and the whole Mossad and Israel and all of that. But that's what's happened in this past year. So what I mean with this movie is that it was filmed at the height of Trump's popularity. I mean, he's never been more popular, ever, than the moment that was filmed. Right. I mean, even in 2016, I mean, he came in. I remember going to the inauguration. Heck, we did a live show when I was in D.C. at the inauguration, and we did one of our Freedom's Phoenix live streams then. And you cut the tension. I mean, there was the woman's the Pussy March the very next day. There was riots. There was people throwing Molotov cocktails and then making it on the news. There was
Phranq
a fight
was
about
in the Pussy March.
Oh, I was with all my Trump swag. I'll never forget that. I know a few liberal magazines took pictures of me and Joanne as we both were marching together. But I mean, you could feel the tension. It wasn't not happy. It wasn't like when Obama's inauguration. I'm sure it was. I was not there, but it was a lot of joy, or JFK's, or Ronald Reagan's. It felt like a war zone during the inauguration, and for a lot of reasons, right? So. And then they're arguing about whose crowd size was better, Obama's or Trump's, and then that created a whole thing. I mean, that's all it's been. But then we went through that. We went through the Biden administration and the impeachments and the shootings and all this stuff. And then he wins, right? And he wins with the largest majority ever. I mean, ever for any Republican. At least in modern times, including the black vote and the Hispanic vote and the independents and even libertarians. And I mean, he got all, including Ernie, if he was able to vote. Yeah, exactly. Even with the election fraud, everything. And he had the wind at his back. And that's why, this is so many angles to all of this, is just how it's the fall from grace. Like, how did you have everything
I really
behind
get to
you,
do what I want.
including, he runs on drain the swamp. I mean, that's his edict. I mean, God, we'll get to Epstein in a minute, but I mean, all he had to do is really put conscientious effort into exposing the Epstein deal, and he could have had his face on Rushmore. I mean, he would have earned so much goodwill from both sides of the aisle, including independents, all of us, at least showing an effort. But anyway, so all of that was the moment this movie was filmed. And I could sense it in the movie. And it's almost like you're looking at old photographs after a loved one died, and you remember the joy of those pictures and you're looking at where you are now, and in 1 year, that contrast. I mean, this movie is being released only 1 year later. I mean, only 1 year. I mean, typically, things don't fall apart this quick, but Trump's poll numbers.
But it ended at the night. Good night. I'm going to bed. That was it. That was the end.
Yeah,
on the night of the inauguration,
and
the first night back in the residence.
Right. And look, in all fairness, Trump is, he's busy. He had to get up the next morning to start the first day and give credit. But,
It was 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know how early he had to get up.
No, he doesn't sleep much. He doesn't sleep much, but apparently it's already well known that they have their own bedrooms. So like it was fascinating to just see. That was kind of a cool part for me is to see after that long day and all the balls they had to go to, and you got that little. I think my favorite part was a little smile that Melania gave when the cameraman was holding back when Trump and Melania went into the White House again, the first time in 4 years, right? They never thought they would see that White House again. And so during their balls, that's when, of course, they swapped out all of Biden's furniture and brought in all of Trump's, and not to mention everything that Melania had and Trump had chosen, what kind of desk that Trump wants, and all this stuff. And it's almost like you go to all these parties, not to mention months or years of fighting for this position for that win. And you got to see that moment. I have to say, that was probably the highlight, just to see the moment. Forget the politics. Just Trump and Melania both earned that moment in a sense, forgetting whether you like them or not. It's just, I mean, you got to admit, I mean, it was a hell of a ride. That's why Ernie still wants Trump the movie or the miniseries at this point. But to see that moment when no, well, I know, no, I know. But what I mean is, so far, 10-year journey, and not to mention our Trump report, and then finally for him to walk in and just say hi to the staff again that he hasn't seen in how many years, and then get a quick tour. It's almost like going back to your old house, and you go in and he's checking it out, and then you see him go into the weight of the foyer or whatever of their private bedroom, and then it splits into like a bathroom room, her own bedroom, and his bedroom. So it's almost like there's like a hub in the bedroom. Like this bedroom's so huge, there's like a hub in the middle that's flowers and a sitting room, and then there's other bedrooms off to each side, and Trump has his own, I guess. And so you see Trump, and he walks into his own private bedroom, but the cameraman holds back for. I think that's good protocol. And then Melania, she's aware of both of this, and she sees that, and she looks at that. She knows this is an important moment in a bit, and she just like smiles over the cameraman and silently says, come over here, and kind of brings you in.
There. Are they planting bugs or something? What the hell are they doing?
Anyway, that was kind of a nice moment. It just felt a little bit. I mean, to even see where the president would even sleep, and not to mention after such a long day, and at such a moment of like, imagine sleeping in that bed after being shot and almost died, and the impeachment. I mean, just everything is dealt with, and the win, and have everyone supporting you for the most part, and then lie down on that bed. So anyway, I don't want to get too melodramatic about this or be too sentimental about it, but it was the human part I found fascinating there. But the contrast is astounding, and the timing though. So let's look at the timing. So he had all the support more than any Republican, and now he's underwater in the polls worse than any president after 1 year in, I think, modern times that I'm aware of, and I did double check on that one. So like he cratered in the polls. Now, Trump doesn't admit that. He's like, oh no, I got the highest polls ever. But no, he's lost all that support to the point where I think he's going to lose both the House and the Senate, but we shall see. Then we have the contrast of the opulence that they have and the money compared to the economy today. He came in, we're going to be winning, the economy's fine. And, the people are fickle right now. They're switching, if you think about it, from party to party. They go from Obama and they throw out the incumbent, or the pseudo-incumbent, which would be Hillary, for Trump. And then Trump's in there for 4 years and he doesn't change things and make it better. They throw him out. They put Biden in. I know, election fraud and all, but still, they put Biden. Then all of a sudden they switch to Kamala Harris, which is still Biden. And then people say enough of that. They go back to Trump. And now Trump's in and everyone's unhappy with him. So it's like right now, we're at the end game, and this is where both sides have lost their credibility, and people are just going to be switching back and forth, being very fickle, each side impeaching the other to infinity. And that's when this thing, I guess, probably will implode. But it's just interesting to see them, with all that money and the way they live and their lifestyle. This is not AOC, God forbid she becomes president. That's a heck of a different story. She's a bartender and waiting tables or whatever in New York, and then she's a representative, becomes senator or whatever, and president, and who knows? I mean, we'll see what happens with, God forbid, with AOC, but it's a whole different story than the Trumps. And then you look at the K-type economy, which most of you know about, right? Where when you start to get to the end game and you print so much money, you've got the top 10% that take off with all the assets and they become richer and richer. And then the middle class joins the poor and they go down. And you see this bifurcation, which is what we're seeing right now with the economy. I'm sure most of you know what I mean by a K-type economy. So we're living through this right now, and you're seeing that example. So what? People are going to go see the Trump movie who are just losing their money in dollar terms. They're losing their jobs. The AI's coming for all the stuff we've been covering. And then you're sitting there watching on the screen this type of money. And then on top of that, you have Trump. Talk about not reading the room. See, Trump's usually very good at reading the room, at least enough to, he can schmooze, he can deal with, millionaires, he can deal with politicians, he can deal with bulldozer operators, and everyone can kind of, especially guys, can relate to him that way. And women find him charming. So he's good with all that. So he can usually read the room. But it has been going completely off the rails this last year, and the question is why? It's almost like something gummed up the works that he can't outmaneuver. It's like something got into the gears and he can't deal with it, which I still think is Israel, but we'll get to that later. But still, even if it is Israel, let's say they're the ones causing this problem for Trump and, you can't release the Epstein files and all this stuff. Well, what does he do? Of all the things that he decides to take on to make the White House better, he decides to make the Golden Ballroom, right? And he sits there and he's claiming that it's not from taxpayers' money, it's gifts, but it's gifts from all of these donors of tech giants that now he owes things to, like, $75 million for his wife's beauty project that we just watched. So to have a Golden Ballroom, which I think is so tacky at this time. The economy's fallen down. It's done. And he puts on a Golden Ballroom. Like, it's just, maybe Reagan could have done that in the 80s, in the raging 80s or something. But, it's just the timing is just incredible how he can't read that room. And that's kind of what this movie also kind of showed. And then Trump is sitting around, the last week. He's been with us for a long time. But even this past week, he's talking about how the American economy is the best it's ever been. Not just it's doing okay, which it's not, but it's the best ever. You guys just don't understand it. This is the best economy we've ever seen. I think he's gotten used to just marketing to such a degree, and it's like used car sales. And this car is so awesome. Oh, it's got another 100,000 miles on. No big deal. It's almost like. Reminds me of Jurassic Park when Hammond, he was the old guy who created Jurassic Park, and it's like, I spared no expense. And he's talking about how he got started doing the flea circus. Remember that? That's how he got started. He had a flea circus and he learned how to market. And Jurassic Park was nothing but just a larger flea circus of the Barker going, come on in. And that's Trump. And he's like, the economy's the best, but you can only lie so much. Yeah, winning, exactly. And now you've got people looking at their world around them and, at least tell the truth. Whether you're going to lie about how you fix it or not, or maybe try, but you can't lie yourself out of this one when, unfortunately, you've popped the bubble of credibility with the Epstein thing. Like I said, everything comes down to Epstein, and we will definitely talk about it. I know I've been probably more vocal on your show than anybody in that I think guests you've had on. I might be wrong, but that turned, put it that way. And that Epstein thing made me get rid of my 6-foot cardboard Trump in my living room. So that's what it took, right? So you can see how important it is for many people, and it's happening now. But yeah, so anyway, I don't want to keep rambling on this part, but I just find it an interesting time capsule of where this country was, the support of the MAGA movement 1 year ago, and the contrast today, and how you can watch that. And I'm sitting here going, I remember what it felt like at that time. Heck, Ernie and Donna, you two, slept over. We had a really nice time on election night here, and you guys stayed over. And it was a nice
shocked
time.
At how excited Savarda was.
Oh, yeah. Even me. Mm-hmm.
It was, when the, there's always hope. You hope that something will happen, something will change, something fundamental, something, and I haven't seen any of that Where's the fundamental shift, change in philosophy of I haven't seen any. And it's the same old. And that was another thing. This was interesting. When they walking in after the inauguration, they were walking into the White House, and it was right at you turn left, and there's a big portrait of Obama. I'm going, oh, how'd that happen, you know?
Oh, yeah, I kept bringing that up. Yeah, explain that to people.
That was just a big portrait of Obama standing there as you walked in. Somebody forgot to take that one down. But the
wait! I gotta just real quick about the Obama thing. Let me clarify that what I saw in there is that they showed the White House before Trump stuff was moved in, and there was a portrait of Obama like in a prominent area right there in the White House. And
like it was at the end when they were going in.
No, it was twice. I leaned over to you again. I know the movie was loud, but it's like the first time I said, "Why is Obama there?" And that was because that was during Biden's administration. It was almost like I think of course the joke is that Obama was really the president. So I
love the auto pen portrait that Trump did. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was definitely great. But here you have a modern picture of Obama in the Biden White House. Now, I mean, if it happened to be in all I can think of is there's a hallway maybe that has every president's portrait, and Obama just happened to be the one that the camera caught on the edge of the hallway. But it just seemed kind of odd because then where was Biden's? Biden's picture should have been right next to his, unless maybe they don't put it up until Biden leaves, and then the next president, right? So I mean, that's possible, but it was just odd. There was this picture of Obama. And also, the president gets to choose what paintings he wants in the White House. Now, that's one of the move-in things. You pick from like a whole library of original art, Monet and from JFK portrait or statues. I mean, you get to pick the ambience of what you want. So it's almost like, okay, fine. Maybe Biden loves Obama, or he got his orders. You got to put my picture in there, my portrait. Fine, all right. But that was before. Then the swap happens, and then all of a sudden it's Trump stuff in there, and there's that same painting of Obama. They didn't move it. So maybe it is a static display of all the presidents. I don't know, but it was just very odd.
I saw it as a single picture in the entrance there, but.
Yeah, it looked like a single picture.
Well, later when Trump put in the walkway that had all the presidents, it goes Obama, Trump, auto pen, and Trump. So that was awesome. That got a lot of it got news at the time, and they didn't dwell on it because when
the news
damage.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of other stuff going on. I want to make sure we bring into this, and it kind of details what he's going to do. He's not predictable in the point that he's not principled. There's nothing that really drives him. He's art of the deal, and you negotiate for the big ask. I want all of Greenland, when all he really wants is a couple of military bases and some rights to minerals or something. But you got to I want the whole freaking thing, you bunch of pussies, and I'm going to get it. We'll send 9 troops over there and claim it NATO. Don't do it. Nope, I'm doing it. And then they start coming to the negotiating table and whatever. Then he mentioned recently, he said something, we're going to bring Cuba out from communism and into the free world of whatever. And how happy are the people in Cuba? Are they? Are they not? Nobody even asked that question. But we need to get more blue jeans and Instagrams. I mean, that'll fix them. So what are they trying? What do you say you're doing here? Well, he mentioned. He goes, Marco Rubio could be president of Cuba, and I went, why would you even say that? That's a big ask aside. What the crap is behind that statement? Then you have Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. I think it was yesterday, and they bring in all of these equivalent, representatives of the countries around the world talking about strategic minerals. J.D. Vance is like head of the whatever. This is all, they didn't mention it, but it's the silver thing. And they're seeing that all these rare earth minerals, all of the palladium and platinum and gold and silver and all, it's getting vacuum sucked to China because the bankers, they don't give a crap who makes them money for they them, those, because they don't care about countries, they just care about the money. Well, what they're doing is by forcing all these shorts to sell and margin call manipulation and front running and flash trading and all that. All of a sudden, J.P. Morgan's got, I don't know, 850 million ounces, flushed out the shorts, drove it down, bought it all up, and whatever they didn't get, China took, you know? So I'm just going, and now they're starting to realize they're in trouble. And they need a strategic reserve like they do with oil. The strategic petroleum reserve is just a bunch of big giant tank storage in case we got a war or something. Well, what did Biden do? Biden sold it all. You know, he just went through it and, you know, paid this or that and do whatever reasoning. I have no idea. He ripped it off. Well, they wouldn't do that to gold. That'd be wrong. I mean, so where's the audit? I don't see no audit. You know, they get drilling bars. When they did, there was a time, like a decade and a half ago, I remember, that there was a bunch of gold plated. I mean, it had, you know, like a 16th inch of gold, was like a, you know, covering or dipped or whatever they did. And it covered tungsten. Tungsten has almost identical atomic weight of gold. So it can, you know, by weight, it could, I mean, you really got to test it to be able to tell. And they do the same thing with silver, you know, underneath, and now it's getting worth to doing it. And China would actually check the bars. And they go, this is tungsten. This is counterfeit, you lying sacks of capitalist, imperialist snot. You know, they go, wait. We'll get you, you know, we'll pay you in dollars extra. This guy, you know, say, pay no attention to that, you know. And so that became a thing. And now you're having, on the reverse side, you have fake silver American Eagles that are, you know, what are they? They're collectibles or some BS like that they're manufacturing in China, and they make it over here. And I saw this happen with one guy with a kind of trying to remember when this was. It was back in about 10, 11, 12, around in there. And somebody went into the precious metals store, wanted to get cash because he sold an ATV for a bunch of silver Morgans. And I do this all the time. Hey, do I get a discount if I pay in silver for this, you know, couch or whatever on Facebook? And just to throw it out there, just to see if somebody, oh, hell yeah. I mean, that's what I was going to do with the money anyway. So problem solved. But this guy got these Morgans. He drops them on the counter at the gold store, and immediately I go, those are fake. He could tell by the sound. And they checked them and he's going, some bitch. So you got to be careful with that. Well, now they have machines that you just put them on. When I converted some silver in the original, I got a lump of Bitcoin back in the day. This was like 13 or something. Back in the day, I said, all right, I'm going to convert some of my silver into Bitcoin. Well, when I did that, a guy in Vegas, he was a Bitcoin guy and a precious metals guy. He checked every freaking round, every silver quarter, every silver dime, everything. Everyone went through that machine. So we were there a while, and my son flew me up there. He has a plane. We went up there and hung out, and that's when he got the bug. There was a bunch of Bitcoin magazines and so on, and boom, he became a miner and onward and upward. Well, he's liquidated all that. But what happened was they're making sure it's silver. Do we need to do that now? Well, fortunately, these machines are out, but now they got upgraded machines because some of these counterfeit would make through that. You have to have, something different, like an ultrasound thing or a density thing of a micro thing. And that is becoming more and more common. That's why some of the more recognizable, the Philharmonics that are really pretty, and Maple Leafs, and the American Eagles, but guess which ones are going to counterfeit, So you do have to be sure you got what you want. So I'm just saying, but having physical beats the living crap out of a piece of paper. It says you got physical. I mean, so this is what's going on. Now, we had Doug Casey and Peter Schiff on beginning of last week, I think it was, and they're same thing. You got to be sure You got to get the physical. Now, when Peter Schiff does this gold tokenized currency that he's doing, you got to deposit the gold. Now, of course, they're going to say it and so on. It's yours. And then you tokenize it, and that is the currency. But it's programmable. So what's it going to be? Well, KYC, international, money laundering thing, anti-money laundering, know your customer, all that kind of crap. And you're going to be paying capital gains on the increased value. But I'm going, from what? How do they know what I paid for it? Well, you got receipts. I buy gold so I don't have to have receipts. I don't give a crap about receipts. Screw you, So we're going to be working through this as time goes on. And then you have the manipulation by the banks that are, and we knew this was going to happen. We've reported this. We talked about it. They're plunging the price now, but it's still really high in other parts of the country. It's like, $10, $20, $30 spread, and it still hasn't got under $10. So that's arbitrage. That just means you buy it here and ship it over there and make a bunch of money. And then it winds up in China, it doesn't come out. So the more they suppress it for, I don't know, whatever benefit they're getting out of it, China's getting all the metals. And it's not just gold and silver. So this becomes a strategic national defense thing. So now they had all the representatives of like 50 countries or something trying to create an economic bloc. And they also want to create a bloc of, defense or this peace thing or, $1 billion to get on my peace committee of which I'm Donald Trump and I do what I want. And they're trying to create a competitor to the United Nations. So when they do this Western thing, it's a united Western, kiss our butt NATO nations. So it's going to be a mini UN with an army. This is not trending well, right? At the same time that they're organizing all the countries around, they're seeing their capitalist short manipulation stock market BS is just China's going, thank you. I'll take it all. It's mine now. Then they're going, damn, that didn't work out. How's that? And then J.P. Morgan winds up with $1 gazillion, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars and, or ounces in silver, which is gazillions of dollars. How do we address that? Well, what if I don't care and it doesn't matter? The reason I bought silver, most of it probably when it was in the teens, was because I asked our friend Peter, I go, he's a wealthy guy, and I just go, what do you think the future of the metal president? He goes, all you got to do is ask yourself one question, Ernie. Do you ever think that the United States government will ever stop deficit spending? There's your answer. Ding! Load up on silver. You answered my question. Because I have absolutely no faith whatsoever that they're going to get rid of anything. I went through this before during the Republican Revolution, they called it. God, what was it? During Newt Gingrich back in the mid-'90s, it was the Contract for America. That's what it was.
Contract with America.
It was a contract on America is what it was. What they did is they had like 10 things. You vote Republican and Newt Gingrich and Speaker of that, we're going to fix it and take care of business. The only time they ever had a balanced budget in my lifetime, I remember, was during the Clinton administration. And the reason is because the Republicans wouldn't give them anything. They wanted to spend everything. They wouldn't do it. So I think we had a balanced budget, half a year or something. Well, what happened was they had these 10 things, contract for America. It was eliminate this, do that, cut this, balance that, whatever. Yeah, it's all BS. Just to say they did one, they eliminated one government job. Do you remember what it was?
I have no idea. I'm afraid to ask. What?
It was $135,000 salary for a New York tea inspector. Okay. Hey, we eliminated some government. We don't have tea inspection anymore. From on the dock of whatever. We didn't lie.
It's like the Boston Tea Party 2.0, the little version. There we go. Yeah.
No, it was like taking the side of the man. I mean, you know what? It was symbolic like that. It was a tea thing. I was like, you guys are so bad. If this was in the age of the internet, well, back then, you know, of course, libertarians dominated the email list and so on, and it was entertainment for us. But it wasn't until 2002 and 2004 to where all the candidates had a web page. Now, we've had them as libertarians. We had, you know, all the reporting. You want to know what we say about whatever? Go here, done. Well, they go to the Libertarian Party, and we have the candidates and everything. They were very appreciative. We even had an article in the Arizona Republic about how freaking easy it was. They just go, hell, libertarians tell you exactly what they're thinking. Damn, awesome. Now, Matt Salmon, that was a congressman in the late 90s, and he ran for governor against Napolitano and lost. Oh, my God, there's a whole other reason behind that. But he was the first one, I think, in the 2002 campaign to embrace the internet. They had all the bells and whistles. Now, of course, you had to have broadband to watch it. But, you know, back then, it was all no substance, all style. There was no real legislation or idea. It was all Melania stuff. I mean, you know, look at my pretty shoes. I mean, it was amazing. As libertarians, we're going, wow. All we got to do is compare ours to theirs. You want to know, you want to answer to the freaking question? Go look at the libertarian stuff. So this is, you could see it coming. And then in 2004, when they had Howard Dean was running, you know, as a whatever the hell he was running as, a populist Democrat or something. And he's running up there and doing, and they got him out because in one of the rallies, he went, woohoo! Oh, he's not presidential. I can't believe he did that. Guy, get him out and done, and drove him out because he did that. I was like, what the shit? That's your reasoning? That's how you deal with these guys? Well, he had such support that they made him DNC chair for a while or something. They had to shut him up. But what happened is what they were so afraid of, he was outside the system. Where Clinton could have affairs and all this going on in the, you know, the seven dwarves in New Hampshire, all the seven candidates for the Democratic nomination. Right during that is when the Jessica Flowers, wherever it was, he was having an affair or something. And that came out then, and they didn't worry about it. They'll pay no attention. It don't matter. You know, he's our selected guy, which is what happened. Now, with Howard Dean, they went after him because flash mobs. He was using cell phones. He was using the internet. He was, in the early days of, you know, kind of platforming, he would be able to put out a tweet and 5,000 people would show up. Now, that was the campaign, and they went, oh, hell no. They thought they had lost control, and they had to get rid of him. The next election cycle, you know, that was 2004. It's 2008. Here comes the Ron Paul revolution. Well, that was decentralized. That was spontaneous order. That was peer-to-peer. That was people, you know, on their own for their own reasons, for freedom, you know. That they couldn't control. And they freaked. So when it's 2009, then we saw, certainly, you know, Freedom's Phoenix, we could see what was going on. They were shadow banning, coming after Crafton. You're not allowed too much, too effective, too something. Hell no. And, of course, you know, it's dominated by Google and so on, so you know where that went. So that's why, from the beginning, I could see, you know, the web pages or where the media would go to get real information. Libertarians set that example. 2002, all the candidates start having web pages, and it was just BS and fluff, and this guy endorsed me kind of crap. And then compared to libertarians actually giving, you know, this is what we'll do. But we don't want to tell everybody what they'll do, because in 2000, they finally, because of a bunch of lawsuits and my law, us being buttheads, and they're going to lose their 501c3 status because the League of Women Voters came out with this bipartisan organization, NGO, whatever they were bipartisan. Well, that violated their IRS tax status. You can't be partisan. Well, bipartisan is two. It's Republican and Democrat. What the hell about, and that violates you. Whoa. You guys can be in all the debates. Okay, that's what I thought, you know. So we go into this stuff, and then they decided we're just going to tell everybody how crazy these guys are with their own words. So then we're in all the forums. We're in all the town halls. We're in all the TV debates. We're in all the editorial boards sending the questionnaires and publishing of whatever. So we participated, and I helped coordinate, that and getting the candidates when I was chair. So I'm going, okay, we do that, and the arguments, even, a contested primary between Barry Hess and Gary Fallon, I was supporting Gary, and they, two different ways of saying the same thing. Freedom's the answer, what's the question, and whatever the question was, from a little bit different perspective. You could tell there was, how many libertarians can dance on the head of a pin. I mean, they're pretty much the same, but from a different perspective, different verbiage, but giving you freedom's the answer kind of deal. Well, comparison to all the other Democrat and Republican candidates, it was night and day. You could see these guys were principled, and these guys weren't. They were just babbling bullshit. Same thing happened when we go speak at schools. They just stop inviting the Republicans and Democrats. They just have libertarians come talk every year. So this is what I could see happening. And they thought that the populace, the readers, the audience was going to go, yeah, they are kind of crazy. I can't believe. No, they're going, yeah, what they said. Holy shit, man, where are these guys been? Oh, we're stopping that. Hell no. And that's when all the censorship and that all crap, the shadow ban and everything really started in earnest. And once you got through the '08 campaign, after they got rid of Dean, after they got rid of, Hart, after they got rid of, they pumped up Clinton right in the middle of all his scandals and so on. And then you got the internet. Howard Dean was able to get flash mobs. Then you had it really organic during the Ron Paul evolution. Just on a schedule, he's coming, boom, 5,000, 10,000 people. They had to get, standing room only outside the door. It was amazing. And they freaked. They had to get control of the platforms. I give you TikTok to Israel. So this was why we, in '09, before everybody kind of realized the shadow banning thing, because they can, we started developing our own servers, our own IPFS, our own, because going into the future, that's what we need, and politics is not going to be where general public opinion is changed.
All right. So let me chime in here. So I know Ernie's stream of consciousness, we have like 3-4 topics he went through. So let me dial all the way back. Memory
all the same, control of the narrative.
No, you understand. You went through 3-4 candidates. Anyway,
control the narrative.
Control. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, who's controlling the narrative? All right. So first off, going back to, you probably don't remember your discussion, but you were talking about Trump and the big ask. This is the Trump report. Let me go back to Trump here for a minute. So there's Trump. When Ernie was talking a while ago about the big ask, and that's his modus operandi, and it certainly is. Have you, Ernie, heard? I assume you have heard that the new acronym of Trump. They're calling him TACO, another taco. You know what that is?
Yeah, I keep hearing that. I don't know what the hell that means, though.
Yeah, it means it's the modus operandi of Trump of the big ask that always falls flat. TACO stands for Trump always chickens out. Trump always chickens out. So they call it. There's another taco, right? And the fact that this is becoming a thing, and now you know about it, and half the audience already knew, half didn't. So this kind of thing. But it makes you wonder about this thing with the big ask, and it's like Trump's. I mean, I don't want to call it the superpower, but he's certainly good at the negotiation component. I think he is. I think he's been very successful, and not to mention coming out of bankruptcy a few times, which is funny. Many people condemn him for that. I look at that as a positive. The fact that you could go bankrupt and still come back, that says a lot. It says even more, in my opinion. But regardless, I kind of start wondering, what is his problem with this? And I think it's the fact that the Trump big ask works when no one knows you're doing it. Now, in all fairness, Trump has written about it, in one of his books that I read. I forget, what's the main one? I forget now. The Art of the Deal. I mean, he does talk about it, so it's not necessarily a surprise. But I think when you're talking business, you're dealing intimately with a single person or their attorneys or whatever it might be. And a lot of his success was before the internet. I mean, he was doing this before emails were even around. So Trump had already fine-tuned this strategy. And it's like, you're talking with one person or one group and you're making a deal, and they may not know what deal you're making with somebody else, and you're setting up 2 or 3 deals, and you're figuring this stuff out. But then that works privately, one-on-one. But now as a president, he's using the same tactic. But as president, everything's public record. Well, not everything, clearly. But when you're sitting there saying, I'm going to take Greenland and we better do this or that, or he threatens China, if you don't do this, 100% more tariffs, there we go. You're doing this to the world. It's not just a group of interests that don't know each other. This is the whole world seeing it. And when Trump backs down, or tacos, it shows everyone else that, wow, this guy, it can be bluffed out. The guy's bluffing, right? Like once at a poker table, someone likes to just bluff all the time, then, you lose that power. That's the whole point. So I kind of wonder, is
I know he bombed Iran,
aware of that, and that he's that's why he's tacoing out, and it's happening more and more. That bravado is losing its shine just 1 year in, because he didn't make these kind of overtures and bloviations the first term. I mean, the first term he was basically fighting against Russia collusion and the Mueller report. I mean, if anything, he was just getting strength from his base, because they kept attacking him and all the lies, and we all lived through that. But now he has the wind at his back. He also has talked about how he spent the last 4 years during Biden thinking about what he could do now. In other words, if he could get back in and have the support, and now all the haters are going to be muted, which they were. I mean, again, this is what's so sad. He basically destroyed the fake news media for the most part. I mean, he saying Trump is a racist and Hitler isn't going to work for another 4 years. It worked for the first term, but it's that ship sailed. So he had the oyster in his hand to work with this, and he decided to go full Monty. Now, of course, he only has one term, and in many ways, only 1.5 years before the midterms to pull everything off that most presidents have, 4 to 8 years to play with. So that part is unfortunate, just the way this has played out. But he went all in. And as I said in a prior show, typically presidents start off the first half of their presidency on domestic issues when they have the Congress behind them. And then usually when they lose in the midterms, then they switch to international policy, because then they don't have as much blockage. They can exercise more power on international issues. And Trump gets in there, and right away, international, of course, every single deal has something to do with Israel, it seems to be, but I digress for that one. So anyway, I just wanted to point out why the big ask doesn't seem to be working as it has for him before. And I wonder whether he was aware of that, or he's just trapped because that's all he knows, and it keeps backfiring, and now everyone calls him Taco. The next thing is about, we're talking about gold and silver and some of these scams. You're right. I mean, I'm talking to my gold guys, or, some of the silver shops, or, just videos. There's all these videos of people who are interviewing people at silver and gold shops, which I think is very fascinating to see what's going on around the country. How many people are buying, how many are selling. And it's some interesting stuff from here. The first is, obviously, you're seeing a lot of scams. And it's happening now. In fact, one of my friends, Joseph, he was telling me about a friend of his who just suddenly got into the silver thing now. Like, all of a sudden, silver's going up, get me in, right? And, of course, people now are doing panic buys. And he wound up getting scammed to buy a whole bunch of silver, like paper silver online. Like, he didn't understand about the physical, owning physical versus just, buying ETFs or something on it, right? So he just put a whole bunch of money into that right before silver dropped. Granted, I'm sure it'll go back up, at least the physical. You're seeing the difference in
hopefully before it expires.
And you're seeing, yeah, exactly. And you're seeing the split right now, the bifurcation, the decoupling of the COMEX from the Shanghai, right? I mean, if you guys are watching that, what we saw last week when suddenly silver dropped, when gold dropped like $500, silver dropped or whatever, these are huge amounts. And typically, the COMEX and the Shanghai are always within like 50 cents of each other, right? They're kind of tied. I mean, sometimes there's a larger gap over a weekend or a 3-day holiday.
Well, not
in
like
one country versus
$30.
the other. Right. Yeah. And exactly. And so now all of a sudden it's like the COMEX drops. Like, oh, see, we're in control of the narrative. Silver now is it's like 30% cheaper. And then you go to Shanghai and they just give us the middle finger. And they're like, whatever. It doesn't matter. You guys stick to your
no hell. They bought
COMEX
it. They go, thank you for the
discount.
discount.
And yeah. It's like, well, you could if you want to go with that, that's fine. If you guys want to still keep hoarding Bitcoin, you go ahead. We're just still buying the silver, and the on demand and physical is still 130 or whatever. So you're seeing the dissolution of that. But the scams, what it starts to remind me of is a little bit like with Bitcoin. Like when Bitcoin first came out, and some of you guys are the OGs out there, we didn't know anybody that knew about Bitcoin, right? I mean, just even talking to even other money people, they had no idea. And if you did try to explain it, they just gave you either stupid looks or they just thought you were getting scammed or whatever, right? And then fast forward a few years, people start hearing about it, and they hear about these different stories about people getting rich, but it still seemed kind of an odd concept. But it started to break through some of the populace. And then when suddenly it started to spike, then came all the normies, right? And everyone's piling in. Well, what happened at the same time is you started having all the altcoins and all the scam coins and all these, like everyone, just coming up with something called coin to throw money. And so normies, a lot of them didn't understand Bitcoin at all. Like
it was like the .com bust at the end of the 90s for the same reason.
It's exactly like that. So suddenly everything, you throw .com. Yeah, you throw .com after the name of anything, and people started throwing money. You just had some kid that came out of MIT, and he just says, "Oh, I'm going to start a startup with his daddy's, pension fund or something." Puts .com on there, and most older people didn't even know how to make a website. Just having a website seemed pretty high tech. That kid must know what he's doing. I'll throw money at him, right? And that's what happened during .com, and then started happening with the Bitcoin deal, right? Because a lot of normies, and I'm sure we all know people like this, they were like, "Oh, I missed out. Bitcoin's $20,000 a coin. I missed out. I can't buy Bitcoin." Because in their mind, you had to buy a full coin. They kept thinking this was a coin or something. And 20,000, I mean, you could buy a billionth of a Satoshi, but they didn't understand. They didn't understand the concept. So therefore, if they couldn't buy a Bitcoin in their mind, not to mention there was not a grandma just button until Coinbase came along and strategy comes along. And so these are other
snake
easier
oil
ways
salesman.
for normies.
That guy really rubs me the wrong way.
Oh, he does. He's a slimy guy in my opinion. And strategy is about to go down because the Bitcoin now is under the average. Peter Schiff actually calculated how much Michael Saylor has bought Bitcoin for on average, but how much he's bought on the publicly. And don't quote me the exact number. I think it's 74,000 per Bitcoin. And when it was 76,000 the other day, Schiff was like, if this goes under 74, he's officially lost money on this. And it dropped to 73 yesterday. I don't know what it is now. So, that might turn into a whole nother, sell-off and then of his company. And then he's going, because he still has to it's like 10% he's paying for these premium shares per month that he still has to pay. So he's going to have to sell Bitcoin, his own Bitcoin at some point to cover that. And as he sells it, it's going to affect the price. And I mean, I don't want to get off on the Bitcoin thing right now, but
my God, it's 65,000 now.
MicroStrategy. 65? Oh my God. So
this is Peter Schiff stuff, man. He's saying, "Woo!"
Michael Saylor is screwed because he's going to have to sell all this Bitcoin to pay, and the more he sells off, and Michael Saylor, if you want to Google it exactly, we covered it, he's the third or fourth largest holder of Bitcoin in the world. I think number one is is the U.S. government, I think, and number two is Satoshi, whoever that guy is, supposedly owns the second amount, and Michael Saylor is number 3 or 4. It's strategy. So if he now has to sell off the Bitcoin to keep paying this off, it's going to be a perpetual cycle. So anyway, that's just the Bitcoin war. But all the normies would get in. That was their version of a grandma just button, and then the scam coins, everything else. Well, that is where we're at now with gold and silver. When you started with Bitcoin, it took time to learn about it, right? To do it right. It takes time to understand the pros and the cons,
Strategy has lost, as of last night, $6.5 billion. Damn.
Yeah. So you have all of that. So now you've got this going on with gold and silver. Many people who've gotten into the physical metals or commodities, it could be oil, it could be other commodities, but it's a mindset. It's a different mindset. It's hard for regular people who just have their 401ks and they throw money into Facebook stocks or tech stocks because that's where all the action is, and they play with Facebook online or they go to Disney World, so they just buy Disney stock. I mean, this is how the average retail investor is, and they have their whole retirement account in there. So thinking back, not to get into this right now, but you have to understand the difference of consumption versus production, what drives an economy. I mean, because if it was this obvious, people would have been buying commodities at least time, and yet most people have no exposure to commodities. They really don't, and it's all tech or the Dow Jones or whatever, the concepts. So now they're getting thrust into this, like late Bitcoin people who then get diverted into altcoins, and now the scams start. There's online scams. We then also have, of course, the fake metals that you were talking about, where they're dressing up tungsten to look like silver coins. Obviously, the fakes. A couple things I wanted to bring up though with the fakes.
Mostly a gold thing.
Yeah, maybe, and maybe you know this, Ernie, but I just was learning about this on some of the sites. The ways you can test at home, and I apologize, some of you guys already know this, but one is that gold and silver are diamagnetic, right? So diamagnetic, which means that they do not attract a magnet. So you could buy like a neodymium magnet. That some of them they have a nice strong enough magnet that's meant for gold and silver testing, and you just put it on the coin. And if it attracts the coin, it ain't gold or silver, right? So that's one way that you can test. And then the other way, which works great in combination, are the ping tests. Do you know about the pingers, the ping test, Ernie? Did you hear about those?
I've seen a lot of electronic, electromagnetic, ultrasound. God, there's a bunch of stuff out there, but it's becoming more popular.
Yeah, no. There's like fancy. Yeah. No. There's like fancy ones that the coin dealers use, where it's like a probe and you put it on, and it can figure out iridium. You just put in whatever metal, and it tells you exactly. So if you're dealing with a lot of this, or you have a store, you might want to invest the $500-$600 to buy one of these machines. But no, you can buy something really cool for $30 on Amazon, and it's pretty accurate. It's called the pinger. Some people call it the plinger. There's like two of them, and all it is it's really cool, Artie. It's like a C clamp. It's like a tiny clamp, right? And you put the coin in the clamp, and then it comes with a little hammer, or you can just use an actual silver coin that is silver, and you just ding the edge of the coin, which is being held in the clamp. And it's almost like a cymbal on a drum set, right? That's how it's set up. And when you ding it, it rings. And most of us probably know that the sound of silver. Many coin dealers, if you just want to get down to brass tacks, you just drop the silver coin on the table, and a silver coin has that silver bells sound, right? It's just there's the distinct silver, the frequency.
Silver bell.
And anything else has more of a dead-end sound, right? Exactly. And so this plinger is cool. Guys, $30 on Amazon. There's a bunch of companies making them. So you put the clamp on, and then you ding it. And then it comes with access to their, free, you're paying for it. It comes with an app that you download. And then you put on your phone. And as you ding it, it hears the frequency that you just did, runs it through the algorithm, and if it has a tight silver frequency, it's pure. And if not, it'll point it right out. So a lot of people have been buying these things. So if it's positive, if it's good on the plinger and the magnet does not attract it, using both those techniques, you can really kind of, I don't want to say triangulate because those are only two things, but using your visual expertise as well, you could probably figure out a lot of scams just with that alone. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out to the audience because I learned about that the last few weeks. And then also some of these gold and silver stores, they're running. I would recommend if you guys are buying some, again, I guess I don't know if this is investment advice or not, which I'm not trying to give, but I would recommend supporting the mom and pop gold and silver stores around you as long as you find a good one. I know a lot of people, this is the same issue again. If you're new to this and you haven't had time to slowly get to know markets, get to know the gold and silver people around you, get to know the guys that you like. Because a lot of times this is a relationship industry. You kind of have to know these people, and you kind of get the deals. You can start to understand what you're trying to do and help you out. But when you just come in cold during a gold and silver rush like we have now, it's just, everyone's out for I mean, not that they're out to scam you necessarily, but they don't have time to help guide you through this process. It's just like, all right, you sell and you buy and here you go. So anyway, these mom and pops, though, when newbies don't know where to go, they're going online, like SJ Bullion, and I'm not putting them down, mind you, but these giant bullion dealers, that's very corporate. It's all you have, and they have the leverage to keep going on this. But the mom and pops, which I think are important to support for no other reason than you could buy something and not have to do everything online where everything's recorded or whatever. I'm sure a lot of you guys, that's a concern. So, doing it online versus cash at a gold or silver store, there's a big difference. And, and those people, if the mom and pops get wiped out, then all you'll be able to do is do transactions online. So I think it's important, just like I always say as a doctor, to support compounding pharmacists over the Walgreens and CVS pharmacists. Same kind of thing here. Support mom and pop. The problem is a lot of them might go out of business even though they're doing everything right. And that's because the silver prices and gold are changing so quick. And a lot of them are all bringing in scrap. They're all bringing the metals in. And then what normally happens is they bring it to the refinery. And then let's say they bring in $500,000 in silver for the week or whatever it is. They drop it off. Normally what happens is that the what do you call it, the smelter or whatever, they will look at it and you settle on a deal. Okay, you have whatever, 1,000 ounces of whatever it is. And they say, okay, on today's price, it's worth this, bam. And then they give you what's called front money. And I might get some of this a little bit off, but basically they give you front money, which is like either they give you all of it or half of it up front. And then they give you the other half, or the deal is settled. But
yeah, I got to cut my video because
they're not able
cutting out.
They're paying out for this silver, right, for the people bringing it in, and then they're giving all this silver to the smelters, and they're not getting any more front money to go back and buy more. So now so the businesses are kind of coming to a stop, and they can't even buy silver or gold from their own customers because this thing is all kind of getting log jammed up. So just want you to understand at least a little bit what I've been watching with all these dealers. Keep that in mind, and don't give up on these small time dealers. I think they're a critical part for our community. So I wanted to bring that, and then also. The other thing is it was an interesting interview with a dealer who, I don't know, he's got his own podcast. He's been doing it for a while. He's been doing the rounds. I forget his name now. I'll probably see him again. But he's been doing this since like 1980. He took over his dad's silver shop, and he had a cool newspaper clipping of him as he was like a 20-year-old in 1980, when he first took over his dad's shop. Well, anyway, he was talking about how devastating this looks for the economy, about how many people are bringing in metal. He said, and I'll end on this, I'll throw this back to you here. It was like, he said like in 1980, what year was it? The brothers, and they did the silver squeeze? The Hunt brothers,
79, 80,
right? You guys remember that?
And then we had another jump at 11.
80-something. So he said like when that happened, when that jumped, all of a sudden, everyone was coming in. There was like lines out the door with people bringing in silver, right? Tons of people bringing in silver. Then, and of course, stores, everyone was going, we buy silver everywhere, right? I'm kind of summarizing his point. Then you fast forward, there was another time, I think maybe it was after 9/11 or somewhere, where silver went up again for a little while. And you had, again, lines, but they weren't quite as long. Then we get 2009, right, when silver spiked, went up to $50. And that was the Great Recession. Ron Paul was all, Peter Schiff was right, videos, all of that time. and you had silver people coming in selling their silver and gold, but mainly a lot of it was silver. And he said from his experience, it was a lot of people, but not as much as in the past. Right? It just was not as much. But you still had all the competition popping up, all the "we buy gold." Remember all the guys flipping the signs around, "We buy gold." They popped up everywhere. Heck, I had a neighbor at the apartment complex I lived at the time, and he was just some guy who just did, he liked to play hockey. He was just some regular guy. All of a sudden, because he knew I was a libertarian with this. He comes in and goes, "Hey, I'm getting in this new business. My brother told me about it." And his brother also had nothing to do with anything, Austrian. He heard from some guy of a dude that they can set you up. You pay like $200
shoe shine
and they
salesman.
give you a metals testing kit, and you basically are a distributor. And you basically just go out to your friends and family at parties, at Christmas party, and ask your grandparents and everybody, "Hey, you guys want to sell your silver and gold?" And you become a collector for this quick ecosystem that just popped out, during that silver rush, during the Tea Party years. But you had all these, we buy gold. It popped up everywhere. All right, fast forward to now.
Spinning signs on the corners. I remember when that was going on.
Yeah, but exactly. But what his point was, and it's funny, you and I were trying to predict this, but a few weeks ago when things were really starting to get a little crazy. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen the guys on the corner spinning the signs. I haven't seen it. And this guy pointed that out. He goes, "Look," he said, "yes, some people are buying, some are selling. It's a lot of the shops, they're finding a wash. It's maybe 60%, 70% selling, 30% buying. So it's not completely selling like it was. Before it was everyone selling, except for libertarians who were still maybe buying it when it was 50, because we thought the end game was then, and they kicked the can down 10 years. But the fact that he said there's hardly anybody selling the silver as they were, and I can attest to that because I went to one of my silver gold guys. I was picking something up for a family member, and I went down. I got to see my guy and check in. And the same thing. I mean, there was definitely people there. It was busy, but nothing like before, like the line out the door that I remember back in 2008. That's number one. And there's no that new infrastructure of people spinning signs around is not around. And yet it's been the highest or largest spike in silver, not to mention gold and other metals. And we're just focusing on these two right now. This is not about silver. This is about every metal. Every commodity is spiking. So this is the fundamental issue. This is not just a silver squeeze deal. This is the economy breaking. But nevertheless, here we have the largest spike and the shortest lines. The highest spike in these values of metals, and no guy spinning signs around or lines out the door. So this drawn out example here, what his point was, is that America is truly broke. Is that in the old days, people had silver, people wore gold jewelry, people had silver. They had, when you got married back, and I don't know about you and Donna, but I know my parents, and how many of you guys, when you got married when you were younger, and your parents and grandparents, everyone got a silver set. Silver teacups and silverware. That was like what you bequeathed for a wedding. That was
Donna,
like
we got
tradition.
that silver platter.
So everyone
we got
had
our
always
wedding.
silver
It's worth
stuff.
some money now.
Yeah, exactly. And so everyone's got all this stuff, but because of some of it is generational, some of it's cultural. People just don't wear jewelry, and that's an interesting question. Why don't we wear jewelry? I mean, we saw Mr. T, and back in the '80s, the jewelry was kind of coming back in, but you don't see it. Is it because
it's worth killing you for?
Gaudy by today's standards? Is it? Yeah, that too. I mean, is it cultural, or is it the fact that people just can't afford it, or people just don't care about metals? They care more about having the new iPhone and the new tech stuff. I mean, that's kind of more of a bragging rights. Is tech, is taking vacations and showing your pictures on Facebook. I mean, that seems to be the new credibility or the social. Status. It's not necessarily how much jewelry you have. And maybe it's culture. I don't know. I don't want to get into that thing. But it's the fact that there's no one bringing it in. It's the highest rate, and no one has it. And each time we've had a spike, fewer and fewer people are bringing it in, which suggests that people really just don't have the metals, which is no surprise because, people today, no one has been buying them. No one invested in mining stocks. Nobody cared about any of this industry. As what's a Scaramucci, that genius used to say, as Mr. Pro Bitcoin Maximus would say, gold is old. Remember, people, don't buy gold, don't buy silver, buy Bitcoin. It's the future. Gold is old. That was his mantra. So anyway, I think that says a lot about the status of where America is, and yet in India, they still give gold at weddings. It's the number one. I mean, the gold is part of their culture. And in China, the same thing. I mean, they're amassing all the metals. They outlawed Bitcoin, so to speak, and it's all about the metals. And here we have America putting the money, instead of gold or silver or commodities, it's like CNBC just bangs the gavel over and over about buying Bitcoin, buying altcoins, buying these new stable coins. I mean, that's all it is. It's just you're buying essentially just code that, of course, the government probably has something to do with it anyway. And we're putting all of our money into code, and the rest of the world is buying up the materials. And then you wonder why Trump has to turn around and grab Greenland and grab Venezuela and make all these deals that are unconstitutional. I'll probably be impeached over a lot of this because we're bankrupt on all sides. The people don't have metals anymore. There's no understanding of it, and the government doesn't have any. And we lost all of our production. We don't have our mines. We have all this all at once. So anyway, that was an interesting observation that this gentleman put together. I wanted to share with you guys.
All right.
Any thoughts on that, Ernie?
Yep. Let me share. We had a story up. This AI Asian guy has been really influential to the point that we have on the top of Freeman's Phoenix right now. Asian AI guy, silver.
Yeah. By the way, the Asian guy is like your new lover. I'm telling you, Ernie's in love with the AI Asian guy. Just saying.
Well, you got Sophia, me, I got Asian guy. Anyway, so I go, Asian AI guy, silver psyop or false flag operation. Now, this is by Comex Visigoths, whatever the hell that means. So, I mean, anybody that has Comex in their name, whatever. But there were some basic fundamental things that we got called out by a reader saying, this isn't anything new. This isn't true. This isn't, that's a scare tactic or something. And one thing he was talking about, which is there, I mean, I went and looked, but it wasn't like a big, giant new announcement, but they never really make these things really public. It was, what do they call it? 1099B or something you fill out, for capital gains or, money laundering or know your customer crap. And the one reason why we do gold and silver and stuff, because there's no paperwork. You walk in for some cash, they give you the silver, thank you very much, and you're done. Well, that goes until it doesn't. Well, I think it's a $10,000, same thing. You go to your own bank, can I have some of my money? Yeah, what you need it for? This is my favorite thing now. They go, what do you need it for? Sex change operation. Just say it, So this is, I saw that
got three hookers waiting for me.
No, that's the best one. Well, what do you say? We'll put right there. You got your phone, you ready? Sex change operation. You want to go deeper than that? Yeah, that's what I thought. So this is, you get your money and you go through this gauntlet or what, and generally a lot of times they know, it's not that big a deal, but they can. And then even when you're not there, they're filling out something, or it automatically, goes into their system. Just because they're not bringing out a piece of paper doesn't mean, they're not doing it. So at the gold counters, it's still the 10,000, but so that we don't get nailed for structure or whatever, we kind of 5,000. Well, it's a 5,000 thing. Then there was like a $3,000 thing. Well, February 15th was supposed to be they're going to start enforcing and pushing 3,000 that you report. Well, that seems, if they can, I mean, it doesn't seem that illogical, and certainly you got to start thinking about it. So we put that up, and one of our readers goes, nope, that's not true. And I talked to a metals dealer here up by you, and I talked to him going, yeah, is this true? Because Bob called, And he and I are thinking, if we got bars, oh my God, you got a 100-ounce bar or something like that, you ain't never going to be able to sell it, So how much do we get nailed if we bring it down, American Eagles or something? Now, American Eagles is currency, so that can't be taxed. That doesn't mean they're not going to track you, but, So does that have a little bit of extra value? Is that a little taxable? Then you get this another guy that we put up. He's a CPA that has a show, Gnome, what's his name, another Asian guy. And he says, do you have to report your gains to the IRS? Well, have to, required, the law says, and what you do is totally different. Hey, man, I'm not giving you any advice other than just tell you what the law and likelihood are of, you do you. Which they always got, page-long disclaimers, of anything they share with you. So it's, I call them like, can we do this? Well, the one thing that we learned, one, you don't have to do it before the 15th because you're not bringing it in for cash. If you're just taking, big bars and you want to put them in the rounds, well, that's not a taxable event. That's not, you just get smaller denominations and you're fine. So we don't feel like the rush. We got to run down there and do it. But so you got to keep that in mind. So then we knew it was AI. I put up there, AI guy, Asian guy AI, I put it up there. And it even says, I use this avatar to, we put out. And then they got a bunch
he
of
admits it now.
A bunch of the followers or the spoofers or the counterfeiters, whatever. The point was that what he highlighted, that was, they go, well, it's like 95% true. And they slip in that 5% or 10% or whatever that manipulates what. Well, let me tell you what the 90% is. The 90% is there's X amount of silver. There is more gold on hand than there is silver. Because silver is used. It's lost in industry. It's in your phones, your cars, your batteries, your solar panels, your jewelry, your electrical connections, and your computers and whatever, and AI, data centers, and it's gone. Because it's spread out so much and it's so inefficient to recycle or recover it that it's not worth it. Because it's just, like my solar panels have 0.6 of an ounce. That's like over half an ounce in each panel. I was kind of shocked. I was like, damn, break that son of a bitch and go get me some money. But you look at a panel that I paid, $150 for, and now it's got 130, it winds up, silver goes to $300 and the silver is worth more than damn panel. So I'm just going, but I need the energy. So it's probably safe, which is why you're not recovering it. So the refiners, they get their refined metal from several sources. One, scrap. Two, 90% silver or other round, whatever comes into these dealers. They order it, pay wholesale, they melt it down, put it in the bigger bar, sell it to industry. They get a premium on however much they do. Then there's the miners. Well, the miners will send their ore, and a lot of it goes to China because they got like 8% of the 70 at least percent of the refining capacity. But once that ore goes there, January 1st of 26, we don't ship it out. You can check in, but you can't check out. So that supply stream from the refiners in China is closed. And we knew that was going to happen January 1st, so I wanted to get more. How much? I don't care, because I know it's not. Now, oh my God, it went down to 80 or 70 or whatever. I don't freak, really? 70 is the new 30 now, so I'm not worried about it. But what happened was they bring all that in, they refine it, it stays. So now the refiners here in America, a lot of these gold, I've talked to a few of them, and I go, all right, who's bringing in? Are they selling or buying? Selling or, they go, you're like the only buyer. It's like 1 out of 10 will come in and be buying something, but they're buying $250,000 worth at a time. They're coming, I want all the silver. I want all the bars. I want all the, and it's gone. Well, they know something, or it's industry going in there having people go around. So then it becomes a strategic metal. Now you got, the Rubio and all the secretaries of state or representatives of countries talking about how we're going to, stop the bleed to China. And then you got J.D. Vance is now in charge of the strategic metals that we need for military and industry of whatever. They don't mention silver, but that's what they're talking about. So this is, and includes a bunch of other stuff. So when you look at gold, gold is much more recyclable, it's more valuable, and it's there as a store of value. Now, it has industry applications, but not near as much as silver does. So silver gets used, and there was a big stockpile. And I remember when they had the Manhattan Project, they had like big giant, it was like IBC totes that were pure silver sitting out in the field. There was nobody going to take them. I mean, so they were out there. They needed silver for Manhattan Project or whatever. And I remember seeing those pictures. I go, damn, man, we had a lot of silver. Well, then, of course, silver was our money. Well, that's where they sourced it from. They needed it for electronics or nuclear experiment, whatever the hell they're doing. And then you have electronics start to build up. Well, we went off the silver standard. 1965, boom. It's copper and then it's zinc and then it's nut and then it's pot and then it's tin, then whatever the hell it is now. It's mostly copper, zinc or something. And it got so out of whack that they stopped minting the penny because it cost them like a freaking nickel or dime to do a penny. They're like, why are we doing this? And so because the metal is debased so much, currency is debased so much. So then you go, okay, where'd all that silver go? Well, people held it as kind of a monetary thing. It was an easy, poor man's gold. It was convenient. All the silver dimes and quarters and whatever and half dollars kind of went out of the system. Bad money chases out good money. So, use this bad, I'm not going to give you my good money. I'll keep that. So we've known people that'll just get rolls and rolls and rolls and rolls of quarters and dimes from the bank, go through them, pull out the silver and put them back. I knew a guy that was a toll booth operator. He was one of the guys that went through, and he would go through all of the toll, people throwing change in there, get out all the silver because people didn't know any better. I remember we were up at doing a Ron Paul billboard on the highway between Vegas and L.A. one time, and Shelton took and was buying something, and he threw some change on the thing and a quarter, and it sounded different. Whoa, 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 whoa. It was a silver quarter. And you go, we could tell by the sound. It's a glass thing, and I'm going, wow, that was cool. That just happened to come out of your pocket. So we are kind of, we go through our silver, and I teach my grandkids as we're filling their piggy bank with our change. We go through and find, woo, we found one. Mercury dime is like a big deal when I was a kid. Ooh, a mercury dime, Well, all those are 90% silver. So then people coming in to the shop, they wouldn't get as good a deal on the junk silver. And it's changing right now. It's starting to change. But they wouldn't get as good a deal because the refineries were so backed up that they only wanted high quality 999 whatever silver so that they could refine it into the industry standard blocks, bricks, whatever. So these bars would be produced and go out. We don't want your junk silver anymore. We can't take sterling. It's going to be 3 weeks before we can even open your bag to credit your account. Well, you got these brokers and silver dealers sitting there, they got, $1 million sitting on somebody's shelf in there waiting to get paid so they can buy more silver because nobody's buying it. During this time, people were cashing out. Why? Because they got in at 11 at 50 or something like that. Then it went down. They got nailed. Then when they got up to $70, $80, I am unloading this. That was way more stress than I was willing to put up with because they weren't investing principally. And when you're told, all you got to do is ask yourself this question: will the United States government ever stop spending and going deeper in debt? The answer is hell no. So what do? You buy precious metals for the inevitable collapse that's happening right, not later. So I'm going, this is just an easy play, but not for a week, not for a month, not for a paper contract expiration that most of them are going to get rolled over in March. So by the time you get to March, it's going to be a month from now. Things are going to get volatile as hell. But not for me. I don't give a shit. You know, you made it cheaper. Donna, we got a couple $100 laying around. I can go buy 2 ounces because it's going to be worth, a gazillion dollars later. Where does that come from? What faith is that? Faith in how scumbaggy freaking government is. That's what the faith is. You just got to ask yourself that question. So they know the answer. So what does J.P. Morgan do? They put in the shorts. They sell them, they liquidate them, they drive them down. The CME does the margin calls for 5,000 ounces. You have to put up like $25,000. Then it goes to 35, 40, 45, 60. They just keep doing it up, so you have to sell. So that massive selling that they force you in with margin calls goes into the market. Boom, it plummets. Who buys it? China, all day long. Whoever else wants to go, gimme. So who's stocking up? Well, then here comes the government. They're going, damn, we see this bleed. The COMEX vaults are going. We have all this drain. But JP Morgan knew too. So they got the price to go down. What'd they do? They're up to like 800 million ounces. They're, woohoo! Sucks to be y'all. Really? Okay. So what does the government do? Silver's like important. We got to be making us some missiles. We get one little dust up around the world, and Iran gets pissed off. Russia, we got to have a little exchange with. That's where they send a bunch of. We'll talk about the war and stuff. Then you get China doing whatever we're doing, Taiwan, and it's gone. And we need it to build missiles, fighter jets, aircraft carriers, whatever. Electron. You need your silver. That didn't even count Samsung and Tesla and everybody else. So it is a freaking, oh my God, supply and demand equation, you morons. So what do? We're going, look, regardless of what, that's why I always put AI guy and, stuff about whatever, don't care. My point is, how much do we have? Not that much. What is the demand? Way more. It's going to run it dry within, years. So what's the solution? Higher prices. What do? Drive it down so that they can get more because they know the higher prices are coming. And if you are in a position that you are subject to margin calls, you're buying on leverage, you're going to get smoked because they can. But they're not yet coming out and confiscating. They're not yet coming out and but they're setting up the infrastructure for it. You got to report. You got to. So you put your silver or gold into tokenized gold with, Schiff gold, Peter Schiff's thing. It's a Bitcoin backed by gold, and then he gave this speech. He did a debate with CZ from Binance. Big crypto. They love Peter Schiff. I can't go to Bitcoin conference without him getting the red carpet. I mean,
Peter Schiff.
They want to convert him.
They hate, but they still love him. Yeah, they still
because
love
a lot
him.
of people
Like
bought
Uncle
Bitcoin because of his philosophical understanding of the economy. It was the same thing, but it wasn't backed by anything other than the tech. He goes, when the value of Bitcoin goes to nothing, what are you left with? Nothing. You don't even get, a coin, unless it's brass. So he goes, it's going to go, and it only goes up in value if somebody else is willing to pay more than you did. Well, all these guys out here bought it for $60,000, $80,000. Saylor does his thing. He's underwater. He's down 6 point whatever billion. They're done. And he goes, this is what's going to happen. All you guys out here that bought it, 60 whatever $1,000, you're screwed. Just saying, So this was something, and I always said Bitcoin is worth the gold and silver you're willing to give up for its features. That's it. That's the value of it. The features that it has to be able to use on the internet. So blockchain technology, Peter's not, averse to technology. He's like, yeah, I'll tokenize gold in the vault that will manage for it. And then you got a third party thing. But he goes, you're not losing your purchasing power. You put $10,000 of gold in, my thing. What are you paying taxes on? The increase in value from the $10,000 worth or whatever gold it was that goes up to $15,000. You're going to be paying capital gains on that, but you're not losing the value of your money. Well, I don't like the tracking part of it, but he's right. So now it started right after he does this. I had him on last week, and it was like December, I think, that they did this. And that was when silver was like 70, 80 or whatever, and it shot even more so. He's realizing what's going on. So what are they doing? They're hitting, silver is down to 76 right now, but Bitcoin is down to 65,000 from 120. It's a 50% reduction. 40 whatever, it's a lot. They're screwed.
All right, so I want to comment. I want to comment on this. It's interesting, but Bitcoin's been around for 15 years, and I think it would be fun if we ever wanted to do a little story time on this. Is the permutations, the evolution, if you want to use such a term, of the narrative of what Bitcoin is, what it represents. And
it said in the white paper it was a peer-to-peer digital cash, and now they're saying, "Oh, it's a store of value." How's that working out?
No, exactly. And that's just one component. Or how about another one? It was created by people who weren't looking to get rich. It was people who saw this as a decentralization, right? To basically get outside the dollar and say, look, I can trade amongst myself, right? I just want to trade. This is just a little token I can trade amongst myself. I remember actually, I think it was one of your conferences you did, and it wasn't even the Bitcoin one. It was like a Ron Paul thing. And I remember 4409 was the first person I said, hey 4409, how you doing if you're listening? So I remember he was.
Yeah, I think Cody Wilson was at that one. We had Patrick Byrne. We had
No. It was before that. Like I said, it was not the Bitcoin conference. It was like a Ron Paul conference. It was something different before that Bitcoin conference. That's when I first heard about Bitcoin. Honestly, I was seeing a bunch of libertarians. Some people I knew, including 4409. Yeah, it may have been a Freedom Summit. Yeah, it was before the Bitcoin thing. And he's sitting with his cell phone, and I saw him buying Ron Paul swag. He was buying a T-shirt and a hat and all this, and he was just happily going click click and being with the QR code or whatever. I'd never even seen one of those before. So that was my first introduction all those years. Well, I read about it, but I never saw it in person and used. Well, anyway, of course, many of us bought pizzas. There was a pizza place around here. The guy was diehard, Maxi, and we all laughed now. Yeah, I mean, he's gone now. He probably retired. But I mean, this guy, we were all laughing about how much that $30 pizza was like $50,000 in the future, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, he catered an after party for Bitcoin.
Oh, did he? So like the thing is that people at the time knew it. It's funny when you talk to normies and people lately, who are new to this, and you talk about how people bought a pizza with it. They go, "What are you, crazy? I can't believe you did that." But that's the point. They don't understand. To them, it's all about FOMO and just getting in and making money. All they know is, how do I get rich quick? It's like their new casino, their lottery ticket. It wasn't about, as you go on, rightfully so, principle. What was the principle about it? And that's the thing. Bitcoin started off with principle, and it got lost as more and more normies got in, saw the money that people were making because of the adoption, and then the Winklevoss twins get in there, and they bring it to the next level. Then people, when they're making a lot of money, they don't care about the principle. Finally, the principled people got outvoted or basically swamped out by the normies who just saw a way of getting rich. And once they started getting money, then they wanted to cash out and get their Ferrari. Well, then all of a sudden, now they're sitting there, the IRS is giving them issues, or they're starting to look at them with the stink eye. And instead of using that money to create a coalition to fight for their rights to hold on to the Bitcoin and trade the way they want, that would have been the time to pool the money to make a stand. Instead, the outnumbered Johnny-come-latelys with all the money who want the Ferrari sold out piece by piece, saying, well, if we just give a little bit of ourselves up over here, we'll get right. Exactly, you do. And you know what? And I'm gonna throw shade at my own profession, the naturopathic profession. I mean, I know it sounds like it's a strange caveat, but like my profession, all natural medicine. And we're proud to be naturopaths. And people got into this because of principle, not to make tons of money. But then as we got into this field, many what we start to see were a lot of young people who wanted to be a surgeon, but they couldn't get into medical school because there was like a when ER came out and everyone wanted to be a doctor, and being a doctor was a quick way to make money. So suddenly a lot of people wanted to be doctors and surgeons, and they couldn't get into medical school. So many of them decided to become a naturopath as a plan B, because we can prescribe drugs, we can do forms of minor surgery. Like, we're considered full doctors in states like Arizona. So for some people, that was like, well, they'll settle for being only a naturopath, which was kind of pathetic. And then when many of those people got into our field, they then kept wanting to feel like they were a real doctor, and they kept changing the rules or try to make us more like a conventional doctor. And by doing that, we had to keep giving up parts of who we are. A big part of this, and I can, without going into the whole story, is Obamacare. And that's when Ernie and I really got to know each other, was over the Obamacare deal. Because my profession, which is a lot of leftists, to be fair, I mean, Democrats tend to be in the naturopathic world, more, they feel with their heart, which makes them good doctors, to be honest. They're just not very good at business. But they, and understanding politics, in my opinion, but they're part of our field. And so when Obama, a Democrat, talks about, we're going to be equitable to everybody, and we're going to let naturopathic medicine be part of this new ecosystem of medicine, there were so many of them that jumped on. Here. And then after they were going to, and then as they're going to join up to Obamacare, like, sure, you could be part of Obamacare. Of course you can. Of course you can get money from Obamacare. But then the issue here's the deal. Here's the quid pro quo. You have to, in order to get money from a hospital, you have to give up these certain abilities, and you can't prescribe these drugs, and you now have to get new licensure, and you have to get more CMEs, and we're gonna whittle along the edges, and we're gonna take away your ability to prescribe opioids, and we're gonna do this, and every time the
and
powers
put you
that be
under the board controlled by the governor and the medical association of our bitch now.
Exactly, until finally you start to become the MD, and now you're becoming the very thing you try to avoid. But much of that is because, and this is a little bit like changing the culture, when too many people of a different viewpoint come in, they change who you are. Wink, wink, without getting into that conversation. But that's what happened to my profession, and now there's like not much of a difference. In fact, the irony is, and I don't get too much into this, is that's what happened with the DOs. The DOs used to be what naturopaths were about 100 years ago. They were the naturopaths of their time, and the MDs looked down upon them because they weren't a real doctor. The MDs cornered the market for surgery and all of that. The DOs couldn't until World War II. And all of the MDs, many of them got sucked overseas for the war effort. There was an MD shortage in America. And so suddenly, like what happened to Percival with King Arthur, when no knight would stand up and defend Guinevere's honor, Percival said he would. And so, he was a squire. And Arthur goes, well, if no knight will defend my wife, then fine. You're now a knight. You're Sir Percival. And so, so all these DOs got knighted at the last minute to become, basically, they had all the rights of the MDs. They could do surgeries, and they started to get a taste of that world. And then when the war was over and the MDs came back, they wanted their jobs back. And the DOs, they're like, I don't want to go like a pay reduction. I don't want to have my rights taken away. And so the DOs then became essentially pseudo MDs. But they gave up their natural background, and so in essence, they became like a man with no home. You got 1 foot in naturopathy and 1 foot in MD. So then, who are you? You've lost your principle. You've been co-opted, and so the DOs. That's why they've had an identity crisis for the last 40, 50 years, and there was a vacuum of naturopathy. And that's where my profession stepped in and took over. So they got sandwiched out by the MDs and the naturopaths. So that's what's happening in my profession now. The doctor of osteopathic medicine. And so naturopathic doctors in my profession are following the exact same footprint or path of the DOs, because so much of us, so many people have become trying to be like an MD, try to be accepted, so we're a real doctor, and then you step back and you look behind you and you realize that you've been co-opted and there's no going back. So maybe another professional will take over. But that's what's happening with the Bitcoin deal, obviously, is that so many people got in, sold everything out, and now it's like, it's all co-opted. So anyway, with that said, that's the journey that we've seen since you and I learned about Bitcoin, and it was anarchy money, pirate money, in essence, old school. And I've
You're
watched
cutting
myself.
now, Phranq. Where are you at? Are you around? You on your motorcycle going pacing? What?
Say, oh, you'll take it from Vincent.
Phranq, you're cutting
We can
out.
get Morgan Stanley involved.
Phranq, you're cutting out. Where are you at?
And the money. You've all noticed. We're now, should see how you probably did, but Patriot is back. So you've got Ernie Hank, who put one of the first conferences. I'd say the biggest fan of Bitcoin to speak for you, and you can comment on that in a second. But the thing is many of us are now cynical of the Bitcoin movement that we were defending and promoting at the time. So now all the Johnny-come-latelys are there, and they're saying, "Oh, you guys got it wrong. It's not for money.
Needs to be
It's digital gold. It's just a
Goldman
store of value." So then they change what Bitcoin is meant for. They change the pirate money into being part of the system. And now you've got Bitcoin to the level where it's basically, they want it to be a central bank currency. I mean, you've got, Trump and the Trump family involved in it. And you've got the so-called Bitcoin reserve, which is like nothing but a big bailout system. You have, all the stuff we're seeing with Bitcoin it's like being complete adoption into the system, because people like us just don't get it. Okay, that's like stage 2. Now we're starting to see stage 3, and I'm sure there's a bunch of mini stages in there, which is now Bitcoin is not doing what it's supposed to, right? It was supposed to be 240,000 minimum by the beginning of 2026. That's what people in 2024 were predicting by the end of 2025.
Million.
And all these Bitcoin expert panels. And they were saying 250,000, and that guy was laughed at, that he was lowballing it. I mean, you should see some of these old videos, and these are the experts. So now then you get to the end of 2026, and it's like under 100,000, and it had a few different crashes during that time, and they keep trying to rationalize it, right? And now with the metals taking off when they mocked them, and anytime people, gold is old, they'd say, enjoy being poor. That was their little tagline, like as if they knew better. Enjoy being poor. So the metals and all the commodities are taking off. Everything that Peter Schiff, Uncle Pete would talk about, and theirs is not working out, right? And then the thing with Saylor and all of that. So on the cusp of this, I'm very curious, because this is like the political side to me on this, is what is going to be the new narrative? Because they're going to have to shift it. And I kept waiting, and I was watching, because some of the so-called Bitcoin leaders, whether it's Saylor or Anthony Pump, whatever his name is, he's going to feel Italian, Pompliano, sorry for getting his name. They just call him Pomp. That's like his nickname. And he's like the Peter Schiff for the Bitcoin community. So he's kind of like their guy. And those two have had some friendly debates, to be honest. In fact, Peter Schiff went down to El Salvador this past weekend, right when the crash was occurring, to the Bitcoin conference, another Bitcoin. It was actually a token. It was a stable coin conference, I think, in El Salvador. So he went down there. He was invited to debate someone there again. And he actually invited Pump while he was being interviewed on his show about the metals. And he invited Pump. He goes, look, I got an extra seat on my jet if you want to come down with me. So, the two of them are pretty buddy-buddy, even though they jostle and argue back and forth like you and I do. So anyway, Pump just the other day had on another very well-respected Bitcoin guy. His name is Jeff Park. He's an Asian gentleman, but he's not AI, so you won't like him. But anyway, Jeff Park is he's the chief investment officer at ProCap Financial, and So he's doing all this Bitcoin infrastructure stuff, and it's funny every time I listen to him. It always seems like I get the feeling, because I'm a political maven with some of it, and I'm not thinking everything right, but you can just smell, someone's just BSing you or just making shit up, like they say the term, and it's like he just changes. It's like he goes with the flow, and you know what? I can't blame them. Bitcoin's been around only 15 years, and they're trying to figure out. They're trying to understand themselves. Some of it is true, trying to process what this new entity is. And in all fairness, it is new. We're entering a new world, a new domain. If things are going to be digitized and tokenized and blockchain, I mean, we're certainly there. So no one's going to have all the answers yet. But at the same time, they have another problem, which is, in order to keep this thing going, I hate to call it a Ponzi scheme, but in order to keep it going, you have to keep people interested. Gold and silver for thousands of years will take care of itself. I mean, there's you're never going to get a point where nobody wants it. With Bitcoin or whatever crypto you're dealing with, this is new. And most of the people who jumped in, they just want a quick buck. They don't care about the principles, which is why it always comes down to principle. So if these people don't understand the principles, they just want $1. And now their investment, quote unquote, is going down, and they didn't understand it getting in. They certainly don't understand it much going. All they see is the numbers going down. So how do you keep people in? You have to keep massaging the narrative of what Bitcoin is and how it's used and the interpretation of world events. One example many of you know of is the 4-year cycle, right? They talk about the 4-year cycle, and every 4 years Bitcoin comes and goes, and they expected that it was going to spike because I get the end of the 4-year cycle, and nothing's happening. So now they've officially said, yeah, okay, well, you know what? The 4-year cycle theory doesn't apply anymore. So now they've officially abandoned that one. They've come up with other kind of theories on how Bitcoin should work. Bitcoin always lags gold and silver. So when all of a sudden gold and silver went up, they said, don't worry about it. Even in Bitcoin's, because gold and silver always go first. Then comes the big move of Bitcoin. I mean, somehow they made that one up as if that we have hundreds or thousands of years of watching that trend. So they're in a tough spot. I'm not trying to just completely laugh at them, but they're in a tough spot trying to keep these industries going. Like Michael Saylor, who has an industry where you buy stock and you get a percentage back on many of the preferred shares, only because it's assumed that Bitcoin will keep going up. As if nobody ever asked, what happens if Bitcoin doesn't keep going up? It's like the real estate crisis. Like, of course my house is going to double in value. Well, okay, what if it doesn't? Like it's when people are in that mania, they never can think that it'll go down. And now they're all getting screwed, but they have to redo the narrative. So anyway, to end this, I watched this video with Jeff Park and Pump, and they're talking about, says the title, it just came out yesterday, is Why the Bitcoin Narrative is Shifting Right Now. I'm like, I'm going to definitely watch this one. So like, why it's, who's shifting it, right? So now we're getting to phase 3. And essentially what they're now saying is that Bitcoin is now shifting to its real purpose. I hope you're sitting down for this, Ernie. Is it's really meant to, let's see, basically it's for deregulation. It's for the Bitcoin's true value lies in censorship resistance, decentralization, and freedom of money, especially for those facing oppression. So they're shifting it back to what,
not
in
this
some ways,
week,
what the original mantra was. They're trying to say, it's like, well, you know what, that, because they have to find some principle behind it. So if it's not digital gold, if it's not tacking with gold or even outperforming it as they claimed, well, then what's its purpose? So they're going back to the old time narrative. In fact, they coined, pun intended there, they said they're saying there's 2 types of Bitcoin. He differentiates between peacetime Bitcoin, which is for hedging inflation, but that's different than wartime Bitcoin, which is a hedge against government centralization and capital controls. So it's like so now that's the new, they're parsing words and what its purpose is. So it's going to continue, but it's fascinating. 'Cause I knew they were going to do this. I knew they're going to change how it's defined and what the purpose behind it is to keep people on board. The question is, how many of the normies who are just having their money in Coinbase and Michael Saylor are going to stick with it? Because if they didn't have a principle going in, changing the principle now may not even matter to them. So it's interesting concept. Have you heard about any of that? The change in the Bitcoin culture?
I saw it. It was this last August when Ross Ulbricht got out and he was speaking at the Las Vegas Bitcoin conference, just 6 months ago or something. And Lynn, his mother, and Ross, we were very supportive, through his incarceration and so on, and they invited us to come. And Donna didn't want to go or couldn't or whatever. So I went up there. I stayed, several days. Got to see a bunch of people that I've interviewed, I've known as friends at different festivals, and they're freaking filthy, stinking Bitcoin rich. Well, they're less rich now. But, they had, some Bitcoin to rub against each other. And the mindset was totally different than all of the early philosophical promotion of freedom money, the people's money. It was, peer to peer. There was a third party risk. There wasn't, surveillance. There wasn't. All that got abandoned. And I could see it coming early on. And it was, like 13. In the beginning, early, when we, you remember in my backyard, we had, 20 people or something. A bunch of people came, and we were, all right, how are we going to secure our Bitcoin? We do the steel case thing, we bury this. We, get these thumbnail drives, we encrypt and whatever. So we're starting to allocate our resources. All right, how much are we going to put in Bitcoin? Are we going to support Bitcoin Cash? Or we got, these other privacy things that are coming online. Bitcoin's kind of diverting over. I don't want to go there. So I sold all my Bitcoin, diversified it into other coins that were advocating and coding for the values that I wanted to support. You support that which you want to see more of. Well, one of the things was it became clear that there were forces up against, and Phranq was good about this. He's going, I think I'm going to liquidate. We got some problems. He had a Mt. Gox problem and, some other stuff earlier on. So he goes, I'm going to go visit my precious metals guy. So he's fine. He did well there. But when Bitcoin was like $270, it was at the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas. That's not open to the public. It's just industry and media. So, you put in your application. I went for 6 years. And one year, it was crypto. They had a 3,000 square foot area. It was all the crypto people. And I knew these guys. And what prompted me was one thing. What encouraged me to get on the train here was NCR, which was the machines, the point of sale machines that you have. What happened was they were coding for digital money. They were making it to where, the credit card tap, you could use digital current, you could. And having a restaurant myself, I knew that every 5 to 8 years or something, at the most, you're having to redo your point of sale system, your cash. They wear out, the software gets old, the integration with the banks are doing, blah, 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 blah. A lot of times these credit card companies, they supply you with the crap to use their stuff. So this is, I could see that they were going towards digital. And I said, yep, within about 5 years, here we freaking go. At least the technology, the integration for being able to do this. Well, that was also when the Winklevi twins are, doing their Gemini thing. We're going to ETF and we're going to take, and this is how I'd phrase it. I go, they're trying to shoehorn Bitcoin into the legacy banking system. It was not meant to be merged with it. It was meant as a people replacement, a parallel society outside of none of your business. Well, they abandoned that. That was the promise they made from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go, oh, it's anonymous. And then I find out it's pseudo-anonymous, which means not. So I went deep dive on a bunch of stuff. But you have the Maxwell, which I'm friends with. Like Tone Vase is a big Bitcoin maximalist. We had Max Kaiser on. We've had, a bunch of the guys. Now, something like Roger Ver and Aaron Day and Eric Voorhees and, Vitalik, a lot of these guys were for the original idea of it being people's money. You had no third-party risk. There was no central plan. There was no customer service. Oh, check this out. I got Doug Hodges, which had an ATM Bitcoin business here, and he sold it eventually because he could see where it was going. There, you're not allowed. We are, and you better sell, kind of thing. So he had Bitcoin ATMs all around the valley. Well, he and I were sitting there talking, and I'm going, man, when Bitcoin started shooting up, it's 5,000, 20,000, whatever. All those people that we were, you got to spend it, give it out, do it. It's kind of what we're doing with Xano, because we're promoting that. So, because it has the features of the privacy stuff that I want. Well, what happened was I get calls. I probably got a dozen calls. You know that Bitcoin you gave me? You know that $2 or whatever? You know that kind of little what? Back when the transactions were really cheap, cost a couple of cents or something. Send them, and you get them a wallet, and you send it to them and show them.
Yeah.
But when they do a wallet, you had to sit down with a pen and an index card, write down these words. When it goes, you ain't getting it back if you don't know these seed words to be able to recover it in case you lost or whatever. Well, they get a new iPhone. They turn it in. They do whatever, and it's gone. Well, where's that piece of paper? You could reconstitute I kind of lost it. Can you help me? Is there a Bitcoin customer service? No, there's not. So Doug and I, once we realized this, we were sitting there in the backyard one time, and it was a race between he and I as how fast we could get that who won. Well, on the GoDaddy, I beat him by a half a second, and I got BitcoinCustomerServices.com. I've had that for, 10, 15 years, okay? And I'm going, well, I'm just holding on to that. Peter Schiff was on last week. And I go, man, people, Bitcoin customers, he goes, well, there isn't one. I go, that's my point. They're going to look. I go, here's what I'm going to do. I took my GoDaddy BitcoinCustomerServices.com and forwarded it to Schiff's gold tokenization site. Sent him the thing and said, here, it's yours. Peace. And he's like, cool.
Really?
Bitcoin customer services are Peter Schiff, So I'm
that's
like,
great on the Schiff site, on Peter Schiff. Oh, man.
Well, it doesn't say that. It's just anybody goes to it, it's going to forward there. So I get to promote that, or he can promote. We're going to have fun with that later.
Great.
So that I've been waiting for something to do with it, because I know that that's where it's going. They want. I need some Bitcoin customer service. You need to go over and get some tokenized gold if you want to be surveilled, which he's not pretending you're not. I mean, he's going, you do it with, a MasterCard credit, they're going to, do you anyway. But it's a MasterCard, it's a credit card, it's a debit card. It's just that they, buy and sell and the name whatever, and you're using your gold or silver. He said he takes silver too. So I'm going, okay. During that time, I'm really drilling down. I'm really hammering these guys. Max Kaiser came on the bus. He was in Scottsdale, going to that pizza restaurant thing that Doug is where he did the meetups for a bunch of Bitcoin stuff. After the interview, Tone Vase came on. He was in Mexico. Matter of fact, he was in his car, waiting to cross the border. He's in the line, And so Tone Vase is a good friend, but he's a big Bitcoin maximalist, just like Max Kaiser is. After talking to both of them and just hammering them on this, it was going towards this store of value thing, peer-to-peer digital online cash was being abandoned for, it's the new gold, all that kind of crap. And I'm going, I don't need that, you liars. Max Kaiser uninvited me to the event, which I wasn't going anyway, but he goes, I don't think you should go. You are correct, sir. Don't worry about it. So it was during this time that I realized what was going on. It was becoming part of the legacy banking system. It was just new technology. So I'm going, all right, well, then if you're going to do that, at least back it with something, which is what Peter Schiff is doing. So they don't like it. They don't like it. They don't like it. They don't like it. So now when Peter Schiff came out and said, look, all you guys are screwed. There isn't anything there. The technology, I use it for Schiff Gold. Now what? My crypto is backed by gold. Your crypto is backed by, it's more closer to the fiat U.S. dollar system than it is to gold. You know, I'm the one that's out here got crypto backed by something, and you're not, and all you guys in this audience are screwed. And CZ from Binance was like, yeah, but he had no argument. So when I was interviewing Peter, I go,
right.
I put that video up and the one that just last week or two, right, like the day or two before I did the interview, he was on Tucker Carlson. Same thing. Look, these guys don't get it. You know, it's real physical atom thing. So it's the same thing with silver. They track and lag and do and kind of don't care, don't look at it. It's nice to see when it, you know, nailing the banks and, you know, expressing the real value of metals, and, you know, the governments freak out and they get their strategic whatever, and Pentagon demands, and you got to fill out forms and whatever, because I already got, you know, the physical, that all I could afford, you know, over the years anyway. So I'm like, I'm good. But then you start going, man, confiscation. Where are you going to be able to sell it? How are you going to be able to? Well, we go back to the dimes. So my latest order was for junk silver, because I like dimes. I like quarters. They're easy to be able to, you know, do in the community. You can make your little occupy the land dime cards, you know, then I'm done. I took a bunch of dime cards that we had to Ron Paul's birthday party in Lake Jackson, Texas, down by Corpus Christi or whatever, this last August. And people were like, wow, how much for that? Well, they're not really for sale. I give you $20. And okay, you know. So it's, I already know deep down in my bones that the idea, what it morphed into with crypto, was not what they promised. And the people that were forwarding the rhetoric of the peer-to-peer and why it had value and the principal guys or whatever, once they became gazillionaires, that all changed. They're putting it in, they're doing the Michael Saylor thing. And Ross Ulbricht spoke as the last speech at the Las Vegas Bitcoin conference. And of course, thank you, Mr. Trump, and I love you long time, get me out, and you did your word and whatever in peace. Well, he's not doing interviews now. You know, he's promised, you know, we would do one, but it's not, now's not the time, you know, while Bitcoin is doing, you know, not now. Okay, so we'll wait and see, and we'll get a bigger perspective in the future. But I can see why you don't want to talk now. But Saylor spoke right before him. Mortgage your house, sell your firstborn, whatever. I mean, literally, he was, man, just really give me all your money. We pay dividends. We do this, we do that, under the assumption that it always would go up. Why? Well, this is what Peter Schiff kept hammering, and they kept having him come back. They thought that they were going to bring him on board or something. He's like, no, that's never going to happen. But then he goes to tokenized gold. Now what are they going to say? You're not allowed to back it? I mean, you know, so it's over. And I knew when we did, had Doug Casey and Peter Schiff on the same day, and I'm saying, you know, where are we going? What's going to happen? This is how Peter was very clear about it. They're screwed, because it's always a Ponzi scheme, betting on the next guy wants to pay more for it. Well, I don't think they're going to be paying, you know, $100,000 for a Bitcoin anymore. I don't think it's down to, you know, while we're talking, it's down to 64,800. So I just, you know, it's over. Now, will it go back up? Maybe. But what are they going to push it with? You know, Saylor's, you know, Strata, whatever the hell he's got, you know, his company that he created, same thing with, you know, these exchanges, same thing. So the crypto that I bought was for a specific purpose. It's anonymous. It's fast. It's cheap. It, you know, a low transaction fee, all the stuff that we were promised. If it didn't do that, then what the hell do you say you do here? That's why a lot of the guys I hear, third person, after I said, yo, what's up, and talked to a lot of the big guys now, filthy, stinking, rich Bitcoin people. And I told Mike and I go, man, this store of value thing, you guys abandoned the whatever. This is not going to work out well. I'm just saying. I just, old guy, I know better. It's not going to. And then I hear from other people that I know that are in the space. They go, yeah, so-and-so is saying, we got to get Ernie on board. Ernie's not, he's not with us anymore. What the, we got to go talk to Ernie. Well, each time they come out, I'm going, man, you guys are doing the Peter Schiff thing. So it's over. It was over a long time ago. It was why Bitcoin Cash split off of Bitcoin for these fundamental reasons. And then, of course, Bitcoin Cash, they go down the same thing and people do whatever they're going to do. So blockchain technology and crypto is a powerful, powerful tool for a lot of things. The concept of hashing, the concept of public and private keys. We were familiar with this with PGP, which was pretty good privacy back in the early 90s. This is Zimmerman thing. The government went after him for munitions violation. You have encryption that's military grade. We're going to put you in jail. They went after, and then they finally just dropped it after they saw it was just worthless, doing this thing. But it was the same thing they did to Cody Wilson on his printing of gun parts, and receivers and doing ghost gunner stuff and everything. Well, it was a First Amendment thing. It's just a file. Well, he had the Zimmerman attorneys, went on that case, and the government made some kind of deal of you're not allowed to talk to Ernie anymore. Probably was one of them. But it is and that's why a lot of the crypto guys, they've always, when they come on the show, I bring this stuff up, I make them say it, and then they use it against them. There's been hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines using stuff they said on my show because I can get them, to talk about their real whatever the hell. And I'm like, you don't want to come on Ernie's show. And just say, well, they do, but it's, I go all Schiff on them. So this is what I'm seeing is happening, and it was very sad to see this convert back.
Before you go here, and let me interrupt for a second. So just today or yesterday, this is before the drop today, and some people are claiming this might be part of the reason. Michael Saylor did an X tweet or something. It's about a minute long, minute and 20 seconds. And people are talking about how Michael Saylor is like the most insufferable person on the planet right now. Crazy. They're saying, I'm going to play this. It's him talking, basically trying to save the ship. And just a couple highlights of what people are pointing out, and I'll play it here. But he was talking about
well, do it.
Basically, if everyone agrees with him, then they'll have 10 million. Yeah, there's one person, he commented back, though. He says at least tulips are beautiful. I just thought that was funny.
Right.
All right, here we go.
This is what he did. I'm telling you, it was like a 20, 30-minute speech that he did, and I was only there because right after him was Ross. I wanted to get a place to stand because it was packed. And J.D. Vance spoke. The Trump administration's in. They're all cryptoed up. That tells you right there. USD1 or something is a stable coin. That's Trump and family and all that. They're all in. Woo, we're going to get some. And then here's Saylor. They got the administration behind him. And him up there doing that was such a flim-flam. Well, who the hell invested this guy? So I don't know what he's going to say, but I guarantee you're going to get that vibe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Play it.
No, exactly. He's a charlatan. Whether Bitcoin has value or not, I don't know. He's one of those people that just always rub me the wrong way. And then, heck, he went to Trump. I remember right after he got in, and he said that Trump should have sold off all of our gold in Fort Knox and just bought Bitcoin with it. I mean, that was his answer. That's what he told after how many favors they owed. That's what he said. That alone is so beyond.
Maybe they did. We don't know it.
Make that overture. All right, here we go. Yeah, I know exactly. So here's Michael Saylor yesterday trying to make a claim. Here we go.
Volatility was a gift to the faithful. It scares away the tourist. It scares away the lazy. It scares away the people that are already conventionally rich, that have all the money. if you're a 20-something or a 30-something and you're willing to do the work, if you're willing to spend 100 hours or 200 hours, if you have more time than money, then the volatility of Bitcoin is a gift to you. If you have more money than time and you're arrogant and egotistical and you just pick the obvious, then if the volatility goes away, you buy Bitcoin. If people in the rest of the world knew what I know and they understood and they agreed with me, Bitcoin would go to $10 million tomorrow. And if Bitcoin went to $10 million tomorrow, I want you to think about how you would feel and how your viewers would feel, because you would lose 20 years of stacking opportunity during which you get to buy at less than $10 million. So the difference between $10 million and 100,000, that's what you give up if the volatility goes away and people start to agree with you.
There we go, Ernie. So you better be agreeing with Michael Saylor. So that's the tweet. That's the tweet that may have.
If you agreed with me, if everybody did what I told them to do.
Behind this, I'm sure there's a lot that we can guess, some that we don't really know. But this tweet apparently was kind of like the final straw, because everybody's looking to Michael Saylor, who's been a little bit quiet of late, and all these factors going on, and suddenly he's forced, the night, and think about it when this came out. It came out last night, and it came out for when Bitcoin price went under what his average price for strategy, which was predicted. So I don't think that's a coincidence, and he does look a bit nervous on this video. So yeah, I'll send it to you right now.
Yeah, this is, damn. It was so predictable, and you could see it. He's lost all credibility, and it's not just because of the price. I mean, crap happens. I'm sitting here screaming silver as it gets dumped, but there's fundamentals. There's no reason for it to come back, and that was one thing that Schiff was going on too. There's others that do better, and I go, yeah, that was kind of the point. That's what we, as libertarian, Austrian economists, the supply, demand, physical atom people, is going, this is not sustainable. It is not going, and that was when? Back when it hit 25,000. That's when I got out. Well, did you miss the run up? Well, I didn't get crushed. I mean, I'm good. What did I buy? Silver. When it was, 13 to 20, most of it. I remember both of my daughters got married. You're talking about dowries and so on in India and such. When my oldest daughter got married, I gave her 300 ounces of silver. When my youngest daughter got married, damn it, I got to give her 300 ounces of silver, And it was not too much of a difference, but I love you more, So when we did that, and I go, look, it's in my safe. I give it to you. Here it is right there. But you ain't getting it till you get a safe. I'm like, what are you going to do, put it in your nightstand? And I go, when you guys get it, their husbands went and got a safe that day. They're like, gimme. We're not going to let you forget about it. We got a safe. Gimme. I go, okay, So gave it to him. My oldest daughter called me when silver hit. I don't know where the hell it was. And she just goes, thanks, Dad. I'm going, yeah, well, there's going to be more thanking me, time goes on, wait until you, and now they're doing well. They don't need it. I mean, it was for them to be able to put it down, payment on a house or use it for, marriage, kid, college crap, whatever, so that it was enough. And it was a big chunk of what I had then, but, it was going to wind up being theirs anyway, so what the hell. But, I really, really appreciated, not just that they appreciated it, but that they learned. And when I do my grandkids, they get, ooh, I got $50, I got $100. No, you got pieces of paper. Let me see. That's paper. Let me get a lighter. No, Grandpa. I go, all right. We're going to get some real money. We go down to the coin shop. I have them write on an index card, put it in a Ziploc bag of what we paid for it, how much we got, what we got. We put it in there. I go, we'll check this later. We're due to do that. I keep saying we're going to do it, but, we're busy or their parents aren't there to open the safe, that kind of crap. And we'll pull that out, and I'll go, yeah, who's your hero now? Huh? That's the lesson. That is the class. That is what I want them to understand. But what did my younger grandsons do? He came out here. They wanted an electric bike. Oh, I need an electric bike. I have an electric bike. Well, go work for it. Go out there and help Grandpa, whatever, and do it. What I got money. You got money? Well, he saves all his money. He had a few $100s, and I'm like, and you bought an electric bike? You could have bought silver and bought 3. I go, what? You didn't get lernified enough. So these are teaching moments, and we're getting another one with Michael Saylor. I don't know where he came from. I haven't looked into it. I just hear his name and saw it, but I never paid attention. Yeah, whatever, there's a guy doing whatever. He's like all these other guys. Just, GoldmanSucks.gov coin integration. And then I heard him speak. That was the most disingenuous bullshit, raping every last bit out of wild people in the euphoric of we gotten, and it was at the perfect time. Trump on board. J.D. Vance, they're speaking. Bitcoin reserve. Bitcoin. And they frauded a shit ton of people. And I just, all right, we're going to get an education. Unfortunately, a lot of the people are young. This is a lesson that will serve them. But the older people that were counting on this, people that have, retired and done and whatever and they just kept piling. I had dinner with a bunch of these guys talking about their, I bought a trailer park or an RV park or whatever it was he had. And, one of my guys, maintenance guy, kind of told me about it, went in, I started buying some, going to them. I just went all in, sold it, got, what's happening to him. I don't know when he got in, but damn, this is going to happen. Let's, I want to start wrapping up, but I got so many other stories that I want to hit, Phranq, and we need to go. I got you?
Yeah,
Phranq?
yeah, I'm here.
You there? All right. Let me just rattle off these real quick. And
look. I want to start the story. No, I want to start the story. No, hey, don't give me that. You were just chatting. So the number one story, I don't want to get buried at the end, which these things happen, is the whole Epstein dump. We haven't even talked about it. It's the biggest story of the week.
Let me go over these headlines and you'll pick one. Let me get this out, okay? All right.
Epstein, there we go. Epstein, go ahead.
We got one story here that let me go. Here's a story. Rent a human. Robots need your body. AI can't touch grass, you can. Get paid when agents need someone in the real world. I've seen dystopian movies about this. They bribe, and blackmail their developers where to get them to do stuff for them and everything. Just saying, here it comes. I don't know if this is real, but it is like, damn. It's like Fiverr. You for $5 and get somebody there's a thing on the internet there for a while. It's like Fiverr for AI. We need, what? Brock needs you to go pick me up some, some circuits or something. I mean, so there's that. Then you have the fraud being exposed in California is insane. They're looking at hundreds of millions, billions of dollars, the same kind of crap that's going on in Minnesota. This is just, it's everywhere. And, just letting you know, I think they put J.D. Vance in charge of some task force going to go kick out. Right. They're just negotiating. So we'll see. The Epstein files show us how unchecked power birthed the satanic pedophile cult. This is, I'm sure we're going to be talking a lot about that. There's a lot of investigation stuff we got up here. Ian Carroll was on InfoWars. It wasn't Alex Jones, is that other guy. I can't remember, Harrison or something. And it was just amazing. They're stomach-turning stuff. And they have AI bots going through all of these files looking for related. That's how a lot of people, you want all the files? Fine, here's 1 million. Well, our AI went through it in the afternoon, and this is what we found. So, that's going to be a lot of news. But is anybody going to jail? Is anybody being handcuffed? Is anybody? Are they? Are they? Are they? Probably not. Doug Casey, on Davos 2026, the elite agenda and what comes next.
No. I want to talk. Let's talk about.
Of course you do. Make a note. We'll get back. Make a note. We'll get back. Make a note. We'll get back to it. Make a note. We'll get back to it. I'm finishing these stories.
Come on. I mean,
I'm finishing these stories. I'm finishing these stories.
This is the number one story. How can we?
After I get through these stories.
Oh God.
Then we have the justifications for war with Iran keep changing because they all interrelate. Now, Iran. Are they going to go or are they not going to go? What's their reasoning? What's in the Epstein files on this kind of stuff? Then we have the Sentinel report. Here we got more Epstein stuff. This is Alex Newman going on UN on the brink of financial collapse as Epstein files expose more horror. This is NATO, European leaders, WEF, the coalition of the willing. It's all in these Epstein things, and it's being exposed, and the United Nations is broke. Then we have, we had something on Kiyosaki saying, man, you just need to start buying food. That's good to hear from him. Dear Republican presidential nominee for the 2028 election, I am here for the future. This is Mike Benz going, you just got crushed. You're getting your ass kicked, and let me tell you why. Well, he's going over the Epstein stuff. This is going to play out. Then you have, now we have the administration is starting to go, not even just in America, in Africa. They're buying copper, cobalt mines. They're starting to do silver. They're getting involved in the mining business as a government. Then you have in there that Bill Gates, caught an STD from Russian hookers or whatever, and Epstein, they find out he needed some antibiotics to give Melinda, his wife. And then she's up here talking about, Bill needs to go to, he got to be accountable to whatever. Then you have an AI giant, Anthropic. Here you have all these that are going to replace humans. Some AI is replacing algorithms of other software companies. They're just going down the tubes because they got AI replacing some of the tech companies. So they got to worry about that. Then you have first bank failure in 2026, Chicago going for several banks. Could be a trifecta. The banks are starting to go. Canada, even more than others. John Snyder from The Economic Truth, putting a bunch of stuff we post on Freedom's Phoenix. It is beginning. And Epstein files, big part of this. And then you have state capitalism and mining stocks, and Doug Casey talking about, same stuff, they're getting involved in the market. There is a whole bunch of economic news, deep cuts. We are witnessing a tsunami of painful layoffs and closings in 26. And if the economy starts to go, they don't need copper anymore, which is a lot of mining for silver, which will be more shortages. Then we have Martin Armstrong, gold to 10,000, and he makes a case for that. Wouldn't surprise me. But here we got Trump, great America's progress towards becoming the crypto capital of the world. Why? It's the same kind of thing because they're in on it. Microsoft provided the FBI with encryption keys. Shocking. Then you have, the Asian guy, and we put in, just be careful, man. AI can convince you or whatever, but some of the fundamental information that we're getting from these various channels is indisputable. This is what we kind of predicted was going to happen anyway. Putin breaks Trump's ceasefire, strikes Ukraine with 450 long-range drones and 70 missiles. They're not playing. You guys want to negotiate or get on it because I got a bunch of missiles. And then what Phranq wants to talk about, this is 100 times bigger than Pizzagate. And they are going, all that stuff that was going on turned out to be true. Final thing, lockdown, rounded up, warehouse, the rise of America's concentration camps. This is what they're doing in the Trump administration, this ICE stuff. And I remember, and I put a link to it up here. You remember Rex 84? In 1984, this was a Reagan thing. They built all these, and it was conspiracy. You're crazy, man. Alex Jones would go on about it. You're crazy, man. This isn't true. Of course it was. Rex 84 was about when there was insurrections or we had to get, the illegals and put them somewhere. This is already planned. This has already been done. This is already, they got the, concentration camps and the railroad ends at and the barbed wire, the whatever. This has been a thing. Rex 84, REX 84, and you'll find it. But they're doing it now. Were they already there? I don't know. So 100 times worse than Pizzagate, Epstein. Go, Phranq. You're muted, Phranq.
Sorry, what did you just say? Was that we're back to Epstein now? I was just sorry, I was on mute there. What were you asking?
Oh, the last story here that I wanted to get to. This is 100 times bigger than Pizzagate. So, of course, you weren't listening to all the news thing that interrelated to this, which was my point. So, go.
It is, but it's scattershot. There's different. Anyway, I completely disagree. That we can talk about it later, but it's like. It's like I'm.
It's not like anything. It's your turn to talk about Epstein. Go.
No. It's like you go. If I did what you just did, I never hear the end of it. You'd be like huffing and puffing and like having like cavitations on the air and all that. Oh my God, can I talk? It's unbelievable. But anyway, that's last week I wanted to chat about it. We had the guest on who just wanted to debate about government is unethical. So that we never even got to Trump about why, Trump, maybe I changed my mind on him. That was just an old fashioned libertarian versus I'm the statist. So I apologize to the audience who had I don't want to say suffer. I appreciate the discussion, but it never got to what I thought he was going to be on the show for, which was about the Trump issue. It just turned into the old, government bad, and we've all heard that. But yeah, it was fun. But regardless, that was an Epstein talk, and now we have so much coming out. Now for what it's worth, and I hate to quote Ernie on this one, but he's true. It's 3 weeks, right? This stuff just dropped, and it's going to take probably 3 weeks just for enough people to get through what was dropped.
I'm shocked as much has come out already.
No. But I agree. But I think it's a drop in the bucket, and it's still BS of what's happening. So just so much to chat about with this thing. So they first off they release it. Ian Carroll, which I'm glad you mentioned him. Ian Carroll is going to be doing a special podcast with Tucker Carlson that's being filmed tonight. In fact, I got an email, and many of you probably did too if you're part of the Tucker network, where he's accepting questions. He doesn't normally do this. He's accepting questions from the audience of what to ask Ian Carroll about Epstein, because there's just so much involved there, and I think that's kind of a cool move on Tucker's behalf. So I'm really looking forward to that. Obviously, Ian Carroll's great on different shows, but I think it's going to be great because it's going to give another few days of people processing this information, plus with Ian Carroll's, astounding background and knowledge on the topic, plus with Tucker Carlson's, perspective. That's going to be an epic show. So I'm sure we'll be chatting about that by next week. I just want to give you guys a heads up on it. I think the big picture for me on this is that it's oh boy, how do I put it? There's so much to unpack, as they say. Every time I say unpack, I always think of Sean Hannity, and I have to hit myself. This whole thing is it's just backfiring. But it's like, even when he puts it out, it doesn't matter, right? Because he spent all the time pushing back, and it's a Democrat hoax, and telling us you're not MAGA if you're asking about it, and I don't want your support. And you've got Dan Bongino, trust me, bro, he killed himself, and Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and the whole bit, all of them telling us to our face the people who loyally defended them, supported them, and they lied to us, which we knew. But now for this to come out, it makes everyone in the Department of Justice look like the liars that they are, and which I already knew from, this is why I jumped off the Trump train immediately from that. But it's like, how do you go back to that? And now you've got Kash Patel on Fox News just the other day with Brett Baer, and we talk about a plant for the conservatives, and he's busy. Kash Patel's calling victory. He's like, you see, we're being transparent. We're the most transparent because we released the Epstein files. Like I sit back and I go, like, how stupid do they think we are? Or, and I mean this sincerely, how down the rabbit hole is this audience and you and I? And what I mean that as a compliment, just the fact that, like when it deals with like gold and silver, for instance, we take a lot of the stuff about commodities for granted because we understand about Austrian economics and this and that. But you get so close to something, you sometimes forget that most people just don't see it. And it's very possible that we're just so into about politics and followed Epstein to some degree that we know that they're completely lying. Like we know that they went in saying they were going to expose it. Then they get in and then they do an about face. And we've chronicled all the ways, file with the folder gate or binder gate when they gave the YouTube people the binders, nothing in there, and then the Kash Patel stuff, and then the hostage video, and we this audience understands all that. So we've seen that, and then we saw, then it took Thomas Massie, probably the greatest representative, at least currently in Congress, and maybe you could argue in our lifetime, he's up there with Ron Paul and some of these people who truly try to make a difference, along with MTG, which I give respect to, and Roy Khanna. We have to give respect to the Democrat Roy Khanna of California, who, equally, and I believe he's principled. I think he's sort of like the Thomas Massie on the Democrat side to some degree. And these people are holding the line. And you've got Thomas Massie, whose new wife, voted for Trump 3 times. Like, she's completely MAGA, right? And so Thomas Massie's probably the most truly conservative representative out there, especially fiscally. And yet he is target number 1 by Trump, calling him a loser and whatever other names. And then what was like, I don't know, how many millions, 50 million, 100, I don't even care, 30 million, whatever it is I heard, being lauded against him to stop him in the primary for this year. And who's putting up the money? Miriam Adelson, right? AIPAC, right? The pro-Zionist group is the one putting the money up to stop Thomas Massie. Like why? Like, why? I mean, if if Epstein had nothing to do with Mossad, right? If it has nothing to do with Israel, and this is all anti-Semitism again, well, then why the hell is the Adelsons and the AIPAC money being thrown at stopping Thomas Massie? This nice guy that from what is it, Kentucky? It's Kentucky, right? Or is it Kansas? I always get those two. And so it's like where does that come from? I think it might be
Tennessee, whatever. He's around there somewhere.
Oh, is it Tennessee? I don't know. I kept thinking it was the K-State. Anyway, but the point is why would the pro-Zionist groups with the money turn around and throw all this money to stop Thomas Massie? Just this benign guy who's already hated and thrown under the bus of all of that. So you've got all of that going on, and sorry, I just had a quick thing in the way. So it's like, okay, well, so what does this,
it's Kentucky.
Does the average American not see this turnaround? And then Donald Trump, after all of this building up, and he says there's nothing to see here, Democrat hoax, not to keep rehashing it, but that's a critical moment. That's like Bill Clinton when he says there's those, it depends what the word is. Like that's a historical moment, a turning point of political acumen and direction. Like that's, I mean, that could turn me if nothing else. I mean, maybe I don't matter, but the fact that you've been suffering through me for 10 years of Trump Report, and all of a sudden it took that sentence to stop it, right? So just for what it's worth, it was pivotal to people who cared enough about this topic, and which is why I keep wanting to talk about it. And Ernie's like, no, I'm going to read all the current events
You
from the
get
weather
to talk
before
about
we get
it.
to it. But anyway.
I get to do what it's my freaking show, man. I need to get the news out. Don't start with me. You have Thomas Massey and Rand Paul are both Kentucky.
Get to that spot. Oh, yeah. All right. Can I talk? All right. There we go. I'm serving you your divorce papers, Ernie, over this. I'm just saying. All right. So anyway, so you've got all of this building up, and one question I do want to ask you quickly. Don't grab the mic and hog it here. But do you think? How much do you honestly think the average American, and I don't mean Joe Schmo, I mean, just people who generally somewhat follow the news, normies. Do you think they're being snowed by this? Do you think that they just don't care? Do you think it's just a minority of people who are just diehards into it? Kind of like the OJ story. With OJ, there was like some people just diehard into OJ. I mean, I'm kind of wondering if you think about that. And speaking of OJ, before I throw it to you with that question, is, even if people don't go, wait, hold on. Hey, I am so nice. You have no idea. So it's almost like if no one goes to jail, which they should, even if they don't, there's an argument I could make that it's almost like OJ. Did OJ ever go to jail? Well, eventually he did for a different crime, but he never went to jail for what supposedly people believe he did. And yet, the argument can easily be made that, jail is not always the only outcome for justice, right? It could be becoming a pariah or being expelled from the community, even in modern times, banished, banned, whatever. And I kind of wonder if that's really the modern version, because will Bill Gates ever go to jail? Probably not. Will any of this be settled? No. But when you're Bill Gates and you're one of the richest men in the world and one of the most famous people in history, and towards the end of your life, the entire thing collapses, and your wife is on NPR, basically calling you a scumbag, and the whole world can. I mean,
and on
just
your deathbed,
what you said before.
You're full of regret.
Exactly. And, they have children together. I mean, I'm not trying to get too much into the personal, but just as one example, and your own children who, and the whole Gates name gets tarnished. I mean, I even feel bad for, I heard of a doctor the other day. He was giving a speech on one of my medical podcasts, and his name is Dr. Epstein. It's like, if my name was Epstein, I'd probably have to change your name. It's just, there's such baggage to this. And I think even if people don't go to jail, we're at a point now where the jail isn't even the issue. There's things more serious than that of absolute, like Benedict Arnold. I mean, the guy, Benedict Arnold, was a great patriot back in his day, and people loved him. I mean, he helped spur on the revolution. He was George Washington's BFF, and that's why it was such a turncoat move. And to this day, we use Benedict Arnold's name in such a way. So I think there's going to be justice in a different way in the social media world. But anyway, going back to the question I will throw to you, which is, and there's still a lot more to unpack with this, but I'm just curious, do you think most Americans, not our little community and people listening, because we all been following it, but do you really think enough people are just going to be snowed by this? Or do you think that the veil, it's been shattered by the system saying, look, we released it all, we're all good here. And look, we're the most transparent administration ever. And Trump, Kash Patel said this, but Trump officially came out, was it 2 days ago, whatever it was? And he said, there we go. I'm kind of summarizing what he said. I'm sure he said it more succinctly than I will, which is, we're done now. It's done. It's done. We released it all. It's done. Never want to hear about it again. And that's his take. So in his mind, he now served the people.
He actually said
demanded it. He gave us what we wanted, and it's all done in his mind. Now, my belief is, and I'm sure it's not a surprise to anyone, is that he did not release everything because they said release everything. We have no idea what everything means.
Is this part of the question?
They released what probably they had to release. No, not yet. They had to release as much as they could to at least give a deluge, because people don't know how much is actually there. So therefore, they could have given us 20%. We wouldn't know. It could be 90%. We don't know. But there's no way they gave us all of it. And so far, and I'll wait for Ian Carroll's interview with Tucker Carlson. I've watched other podcasts of people who have dissected this. I do want to talk about that after I give you some time to express yourself, Ernie, because I know you're like getting nervous. You're getting the shakes because you're not on the mic again, right? All right, but that's okay. But I do have some things about Maxwell. It turns out, it looks like we found out why Maxwell's father, what's his name, the patriarch, basically Epstein 1.0, Epstein is 2.0, and about how and why he died when he supposedly just slipped and fell off the back of his boat. So that's very fascinating. So there's a lot of stuff coming out that we're going to learn about, things that we already knew. Look, Bill Gates was already he was already exposed, Prince Andrew. So they're just going to throw them under the bus. Peter Thiel was thrown out into this thing as well. You've got Woody Allen, which probably no one's surprised about that one. You're going to get a lot of names and other people every day stuff's coming out. But I still think that's surface dressing because they're going to throw out a lot of these, destroy some reputations, people who maybe don't have any major favors to Trump or Mossad and Israel directly. And I think the real meat and potatoes of this, is the direct Mossad-Israel link. There is some stuff that's already coming out about it, so we now know Mossad is definitely involved. But to what degree, I think that the kernel of really that, and what the CIA knows. That's a big part of this. To think about this, the Department of Justice was forced to release everything. So they released as much as they could get away with and look like they gave everything up. But the real question is, what does the CIA know? And that might be the next leg to this, because CIA and Department of Justice, two separate things. And the CIA probably has more knowledge of this than anything else. So that's the next shoe to drop if we ever get there. But I think in order to get there to the next level of how much is Israel and Mossad really more involved, what are the deeper people involved? People that we don't know their names. Woody Allen, Bill Gates, Tom Hanks. These names are, they're good, it's good fodder for the internet. Oh, did you hear about Tom Hanks or whatever? And these are names that we know, and people can salivate over that and scandal, whatever. But that's not really what this is. As we know, this is deeper than that, and that's the kernel I don't think we'll get. So will we get it? I think that'll be the next leg because Trump has pushed back for so long. I don't think he's going to get credit for exposing this. I won't go into the Dan Bongino crap right now. I do have a clip to play on that after you respond. But yeah, I think we still have to have the rest of the files. See, you keep scoffing and you go on, do the whole news report. So I think there is still, I would say at least 30%, 40% of the real meat and potatoes of how this system works from the DOJ, and then the CIA has not even been brought up. So I'm bringing, which of course won't happen if Trump is not even allowing us to investigate the Department of Justice. There's nothing to see here. The CIA is a whole nother level, and maybe they're the ones that are really blocking Trump in the first place. So but at least the Democrats are now pulled into this. The Democrats now are part of this. Remember, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, both parties never talked about it. And then eventually the Republicans took this up, and thanks to Alex Jones and places like Freedom's Phoenix, and we brought up the whole Epstein thing that became an issue, and the Democrats laughed at us. Then we get Trump in to expose it, and then he turns into a Democrat, and the Democrats turn into Republicans at least on this issue. And there's nothing more infuriating than hearing Democrats act like they're the ones that are exposing Epstein. There's Democrats out there I've met. They think they're the ones that exposed this. Like they're like they don't realize that Amy Erbach, whatever her name is, from ABC News, had the whole story in Project Veritas, out at her. This has been going on. Alex Jones 18 years ago was talking about it. None of that's getting credit from the Democrats. But you know what? I don't care. I'm starting to see a reunification or a unification of the Dems and Republicans. I saw, Tucker Carlson with Cenk Uygur doing a 2.5 hour podcast. And you know, and I've said this on your show. We're seeing the melding, like a mind meld from Spock, of these two worlds coming together. That's not partisan. It's not Democrat Republican. It's the people versus they them those, as you point out. And Cenk Uygur is like the Tucker Carlson of the left. He has the number one podcast for the left of anybody, just like Tucker has the number one for the right. And the two of them had like a detente, like kind of like, you know, meeting in Iceland or somewhere, you know, in order to have their meeting. And that was a very fascinating discussion. You probably didn't see it. It probably wasn't very newsworthy for you, but it probably scared the crap out of the system, because we're seeing that unification of people saying enough. We don't care. We're tired of being divided and separated and warring against each other, only so the system can defend itself. So that's what I'm seeing in real time. And that this Epstein thing, I think, is going to unify in a big way. That, and then the whole Israel deal. So I'll throw it to you for your take on some of this. But do you think? Here's the question again: do you think that the average American thinks that they're being snowed over Epstein, or they care enough to even think that they're being snowed, or do you think the average American is going to say, you know, aside from the partisanship of the Democrats, but you think they're going to say, you know what, Trump honored his view. He said he was going to bring out the Epstein files, and here's the files, and look, Bill Gates is a scumbag, and yeah, so I guess we're all done now. So do you think this will still grow legs, or do you think it's going to die out now that it's so-called released?
All right. You got to define grow legs. You know, we got to define our words here. You know, what would be grow legs to you? What level of action are you looking for? You know, what is it you think that...
No, look, that's a very good question. I'll say it simply. Thanks for asking the question. I would say grow legs is to get enough momentum to get over the hump where we can demand, maybe bipartisan, to get the rest of the files, which I think people start to realize there's more to this as the Ian Carrolls and others have time to digest the information, because there's so much out there. And I promise I won't go long on this, but like certain emails, when you start to digest it, and you've got Whitney Webb and people like her look at these files, these emails, they'll start to find threads of things that connect to other things. Right? There's not enough deep state people to figure all this out. They just went trying to blank stuff out. But there will be leftovers and threads that'll be pulled together, and if enough people jump off the Trump train and the Democrat train, for that matter, to realize that we really are what's left of America, and will there be a bonding to get the pressure to get more files out, and or the CIA maybe to investigate or to have them audited. God forbid, that'll never happen. But the sentiment, that's what I would define as.
How much time do I got?
Probably. I'll be nice. I'll give you like 10 minutes because I'm feeling generous. Go ahead, go.
All right, I'll try and do it in 5, which turns into 20. Anyway.
Yeah, right.
This is what I see happening. The future is going to be, probably always was, but it's all about credibility. I keep bringing that up. It's not going to be, you know, even really what you believe. It's who you believe. Because there are influencers. That's why they need celebrities say this about that. 4 out of 5 dentists, you know, want you to eat candy bars. I mean, whatever, you know. It's always an appeal to an authority figure. It's the lab coat of Fauci kind of BS. You know, the future is about credibility. Where is that? When and how do they lose it? Well, we saw Bondi, Patel, Bongino. That was really kind of sad. We'll see what happens. But I don't know that as he started his podcast again, or so, I haven't seen anything.
Oh yeah,
Janky.
He just started 3 days ago, and I'll play the clip when you get done. But he basically says, just so you know, I did my job. My job was not necessarily to release everything in so many words. He said, you hired me to do my job and be in charge of the information and essentially defend the information. That's what he was saying.
Yeah,
basically, be the deep.
To keep it from getting shredded or something. But the Jake Uger thing, I did see that on Tucker. I think we might have put it up, but I have it saved. I do want to watch it. And I think Ian Carroll's going on, and then the Jake Uger. But I covered Jank from for a long time, and a friend of mine, Keith McAnarchist. I mean, not McAnarchist. Keith Knight. Keith Knight has a podcast. He's here out of Phoenix, a good friend, and it's Don't Tread on Anyone. Well, he's part of the Libertarian Institute, working there with Scott Horton and guys, and he's a good friend. We should have him on. Donna, get Keith Knight to come on. That'd be awesome. And what happened was he got interviewed by Cenk Uygur, and it was interesting that they were reaching out to him to have libertarians going on the progressive. There was the crack in this, super radicalized left crap, woke stuff they were losing that, and they saw that they were getting winked out of consideration of who gives a crap what your opinion is. You're part of the crazies. Well, we made friends across the aisle with the libertarians. Yeah, that's the ticket. At the same time, I got contacted by kind of a Cenk Uygur black guy that's out of Houston, and he has a popular show, whatever. So it was interesting that both of us got contacted at the same time, and we went on and we had the conversation about this very thing. What was it that, where did we overlap? Why did we overlap? What is it that they're going to do? They were just making feelers out, contacts, trying to bring in to get on Tucker Carlson, that kind of thing. So Jake is trying to build credibility. Now, you had, Rubin left way too, he went kind of, not right, but certainly not this woke left thing. He left their show, and I don't remember what the Yanger show was called. Whatever, doesn't matter. But they had their show, and it was Young Turks. That's what it was, Young Turks. So he leaves. Then they had the young girl. She went off and kind of went, anti-woke. Then they had, so Uyghur's got going, whoa, man, I'm missing the boat here. We got to get back to credibility. So it was always about credibility. Now, that's why when I did interview Whitney Webb, she, of course, wanted to, just ooze everything about, she was like you and Jay, but I want to talk about Epstein. Who are you? Why do I care what you say? What is your position, that perspective that you come from? You're a young woman. I mean, hell, you just got out of college. Were you writing this stuff then? Why do you care? What books you? I mean, what prompted you to even give a crap? I mean, you're writing freaking all this research book. Why? Who gored your ox? Or you got ox gored or whatever. I'm going, who whizzed in your pool? I want to know what the motivation, because that adds to the credibility of your opinion. Why? Nobody asks freaking why anymore. Well, now that I got that out of her, Nord, I'd be much more inclined to interview her and have her spill all over what's going on with Epstein. But I'll wait, because it needs, like you say, to be digested. Now, she probably had a lot better understanding the source documents if I went and did the research and looked and wrote a book, because, Corbett and I, when we don't really talk about Epstein that much, even though he goes on and does Epstein shows and everything, because both of us, we talked about it off air, both of us understand this is just representative of other crap. This is what happens when we got the story here. The Epstein files show us how unchecked power birthed the satanic pedophile cult. That's why this and a couple other stories I wanted to get into the show before we had this conversation about Epstein, because this is what the problem is. People are delegating their authority to other people. People are listening to other people. People of power have like bigger votes. Here, and what you are going to realize is that, of course, unchecked power births satanic pedophile cults. That's what happens. You have this kind of, I can do anything. I want to be, somebody. I'm a computer nerd from a rich whatever, and I want to go party. I want to whatever the hell weird crap they want to do, and they're perfectly willing to videotape them doing it, whatever it was. In fact, we used to joke in the '90s. It was, the pedophilia thing ever since the Franklin cover-up, back in the late 80s. Daddy Bush, was part of this. He was CIA director, oh my God, doing this. They were doing this stuff back then, which is why the Clintons wanted all the FBI files on Congress, and they were blackmailing. Gee, when have I not had this in my freaking life? So, when do I do shows about pedophiles? That I did maybe 2 shows that I've had this on because I really find it distasteful. But I was amazed at how once it started, people started getting into it, not as they're into it, but they could see the link between the evil, the lack of credibility these people have, the people that are involved, why they're doing it. And we used to say, you want to be a congressman? Being a pedophile is a minimum job requirement. Why? Because they control you. So, and then it has to get more and more and more. Now being outed as gay or being outed as this or that, having an affair or whatever. Hell, you're in Italy. You're like head of the country and you don't have a mistress? What kind of, slacker boy are you? I mean, it's just different cultures of what is. So now they got to get really bad, and, diddling, whatever. I don't want to talk about it. So then you have where you get into justifications for war with Iran. Well, it's all an Israel thing. It's the Epstein stuff of how they got people to vote and put them in position. We all get us some money. And then the rebuilding of Ukraine and, Gaza and whatever the hell, North Korea, we're going to build some condos. This is, it's all tied in to the same thing. The story about the FBI getting encryption keys from Microsoft. How do you think that's not, in with this? Is that a Bill Gates thing? What kind of bribery they do? What kind of control do they have? They're serving up the American people to, because they can. Then you have Man in America. We got this story up. 3 million Epstein pages released. I can't unsee what I just saw. And that is why I have absolutely no desire to put those photons in my brain to have, because I can imagine, you can't even imagine how, yeah, I can. Adrenochrome is the best when you torture the little kid and fillet them and whatever and drink their blood of vampire crap of whatever, and all these congressmen and insulation for these people.
It was.
Let me finish. All these people.
It's really interesting. Ernie, I just want to know the adrenochrome. I just want to say real quick. I was surprised. Someone who put his whole reputation on the line about the adrenochrome and knows apparently a lot more about it. I mean, I haven't gone down that rabbit hole. I know about it. This guy really went into it. It's Jim Caravel, the guy who played Jesus in The Temptation of Christ.
Caviezel.
The guy who played Jesus. Caviezel, yes, thank you. He's a real nice guy, but he got blackmailed from all of Hollywood because he went on record as an expert on the synthetic and the natural version of adrenochrome and everything behind it. I mean, I have to give him a lot of credit for doing so. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead.
So adrenochrome, it's like the Kardashians. I know way more than I ever wanted to. It's involuntary just by researching on the internet a headline of slap you in the face if somebody said something about something. So the adrenochrome is it's a power boost. It's like Dracula drinking blood. Well, who are the familiars They're the ones that walk around the daylight and the insulation and protect you in your crypt of dungeon of torture and whatever the hell. You know, that's what these people are. All these sycophants, they want to be and pick me and pay me and I'll be your bitch. And these are the familiars. They want to be Draculas. They want to be vampires, but they're familiars. Well, they get graduated. Well, it's like Trump said, that's $1 billion. You want to get into the club, that'd be $1 billion. So this is what's going on. You have all it. So can I imagine it? Yeah, I can. I don't want to. How bad do they got to be for me to go, they're bad? They're bad. I have nothing to do with they're bad. So the answer to your question is that. Credibility. What are people seeing? Now you get the newly released Epstein files reveal further ties to Israel. Why? Ian Carroll, that was one thing that I got from his being on InfoWars a couple of nights ago. Donna and I watched it. And it interrelates with everything. The world, Whitney Webb's research on the United Nations, moguls of industry, elected officials, monarchs, hell, Prince Andrew, this stuff's all coming out. King Charles and, his grandson, Prince, what's his face, nope. I have nothing to get the hell out because, this could bring us down. So you have this information and you go, how does that affect people? It gets to the point that they're numb. But what changed? There's a before and there's an after a lot of things that happen in human history. And certainly COVID helped a lot. Now the credibility of government in general, central banks in general, control mechanisms of presidents in general, the ability to wage war and the reasons and excuses and the propaganda of, the media and how it's controlled by, intelligence communities and Israel, in general. The influencers that are propped up, you can't be a rock star without being one of theirs in general. The general public opinion has devolved into, this is not working. Let's try a little socialism. As if it's freaking any different. What you're seeing is collectivized power, collectivized regulation, collectivized economics, collectivized control, they're not protecting rights. That's just totally out the window. It's not even considered. It's like, it's a store of value Bitcoin. It's not a peer-to-peer thing anymore. We'll see how that works out. Well, it's not. Just like any government that's not there to protect the rights of the individuals is not worth listening to. Nuclear war, comply no more. You give me a mushroom cloud, try and get a freaking dime out of me in taxes. Try and get me to comply with anything you are so ill, you shut the F. This is why, at the end, last week when we had him on the Trump report, this is the point that he was making. There is no legitimacy for these people. So when you ask me, what do I think that people are going, how much do they know about every little, whatever interests them, whatever, they glean of, how tall Kim Kardashian is now. She's only like 5'3" or 4. I found that out. I'm like, yeah, whatever, I don't give a crap. But the point is that they glean a little bit. They know this guy's associated with, my congressman is a scumbag too. And then, for Trump going after Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey, and they're the only ones that weren't directly freaking scumbag pieces of crap, that make him look good. So what is there going to be the impression of Donald? Then they see Melania in her movie. It's so superficial. There was not an ounce of principle in it. It was all about what they valued the most. Image, branding, style, fashion, so superficial. All of this feeds into the general public opinion of they don't matter and they don't care. That's what I'm saying. I don't care, and it doesn't matter. And this is just more evidence of that. They try. They want to be in control of everything. We're going to, get a good Israeli, Jewish, Zionist, whatever to buy TikTok, and we'll fix it then. God, they just don't get it. So when you have Ian Carroll go on about, I'm sure it'll happen on Tucker too, these guys are Jewish Zionists. Does that mean all Jews are bad? The question went to JFK, is your allegiance to America or the Pope, Mr. Catholic? Is your allegiance to Israel or America, Mr. Congressman? And some of them, they're like co-citizens, dual citizens, fought in IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, what the shit? So this is what is happening in the long run, in the long term, for Generation Next, and as we go in, and certainly after the economy takes a dirt nap. When that happens, when it becomes a food thing, when it is like, are you freaking kidding me? What do they turn to? Usually it's God. Usually it's the church. Usually it's some base moral principle. That's why, Matt Smith are going on about the preparation, the book of you don't need to go to college yet. That's what this is. The Philosophy of Liberty project that we're working on. That's what that is. It fills in that void of everybody that thinks that this bullshit matters, and it doesn't fucking matter. What matters is how human beings make decisions for themselves and their families. And if they want to delegate authority to someone else to fix it for them, this is exactly what happens every fucking time. That's my opinion. Did I answer your question?
You went over 5 minutes. I'm a little disappointed. Yeah. Anyway. So let me go over. You had 4 minutes and 45 seconds, and Ernie would believe you. That's actually how long we talked. Anyway, no, but seriously, I agree. No, I get what you're saying, and this is this issue
Was I clear?
So involved. Yeah, with the colorful metaphors, as Spock would say, absolutely. But the thing is, at least I know Ernie's human. Ernie's part of this. Like he gets it as well, because we're so used to Ernie. Oh, I just don't care. There is something about this that we should care about. And I don't want to. I mean, it's both extremely, profoundly serious, but also cliche. It's for the children, and God knows most of this audience doesn't get suckered into that. But at some point, it is about the children. I mean, I have I'm not going to mention the name, but there's a really good friend of mine who's very religious, and he's been praying for my family about Christianity, and it's just we've been going through a journey ourselves for things that it's a long loaded topic. He's a really good friend, but before the election, we're all on the same page, like no more wars, get out of the wars in Ukraine and stop wars around the world, and we're all on the same page. But when it came to Israel, this person kind of hedged a bit, and it always kind of got me nervous. And now all of a sudden, this person is all in about Israel. I mean, he goes to church 5 times a week, which is great. This is no bashing Christians, but there has, in my opinion, been a takeover of the Christian narrative of many churches, a lot of it through money and donation money from AIPAC, to convert, or at least, pressure a lot of Christians that in order to be a good Christian, you have to defend Israel. You have to defend where Jesus came from. And in order to defend Israel, it means you have to turn your brain off, and no matter what it takes, defend Israel. And that's the world of Mike Huckabee, for instance. And to see this in a very close friend of mine, it's creating some tension, to be honest. And I don't like to see that, but I'm sure this is happening with other people too. And they're in a spot. But the problem is, when you make defending Israel, paramount to anything else, you become a Zionist. And essentially this person's a Zionist, even though they're not Jewish. They're a Christian Zionist, right? And if you're going to sit there and turn your brain, like logic for everything makes sense. And no more wars, bring the military back, defend our borders, blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to Israel, it's all different, right? Well, what that means is they're fighting a religious war. This is a religious war for many people. You know, it's like if the Buddhists turned around and said that we don't like, you know, the Muslims or the Hindus. You know, the Buddhists hate the Hindus, which they don't really in real life. But let's just say the Buddhists don't have an issue with the Hindus. Yeah, I mean, can you imagine the Buddhists paying off a bunch of Congress people and saying we got to stop the Hindus, and we're sitting there fighting a war that's costing us money and blood and our reputation and everything over people who believe that their God is better than some other person's God. And, you know, this is a touchy thing because, you know, this country is a Christian nation. That's where it's based off of. And I've said that as a Buddhist myself, that I respect the fact that the heritage of this nation is Christian based and it should be respected as such. That's my personal opinion. But don't be stupid about it. Like, don't be sitting there. I mean, Israel is just a country. It doesn't mean, I mean, whatever government is running Israel now is not, you know, it doesn't mean they're correct. I mean, it's just modern people. I mean, the land of Israel might still be, you know, sacred to people, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. It doesn't take away from the Bible or anything with Old Testament, New Testament. It doesn't mean that a new person, Christian, Jew, or otherwise, is not, how do I put this delicately, not an asshole, you know, and or worse. You know, it doesn't mean that. But for some reason, they've been commandeered that this is, you know, it's like turning to a religious war, and that's kind of sometimes what things devolve into, and it's because it doesn't make sense. There's no logic at that point, and Trump is thrown in the middle of this. You're dealing with with the economics of situations, but once you throw religion into it, you know, religion, and I don't mean this as a cheap shot, but religion is not logical. It's called faith. You know, and logic goes out the window. You can sit back and say, well, you know, the monetary metals are doing this, and this is where this over here, and you could try to rationalize whatever. But once you throw religion into it, logic doesn't matter. The only thing worse than religion is passion. You know, and how many wars have we had because one king decided to bed, you know, the wife of another king, you know, and then we're going to have a whole freaking war over, you know, over sex. I mean, that's like the worst reason to have a war. So that's kind of where I see this at this point. Yeah. So anyway, I'll leave it there. But I just feel that this is going to be a process.
I want to share a movie that I'm looking for here. This you may remember this. 4409. You know, our favorite video guy that was, you know,
two mentions in one show. Yeah.
This is what happened. Back in the day, there was we were going into the Iraq War. There was a pastor that would be downtown. He'd, you know, has signs in front of churches. Why are you supporting this war, you Zionist? You know, whatever, Christian Zionism. And he'd make it in the New Times, which is a weekly rag here, and so on. And I had him on, and we talked about it and whatever. And he got hooked up with 4409 because he wanted to turn his research into a documentary. And 4409 produced the movie for him. And I'm pretty sure it was called Christian Zionism. Well, we had the duplicator, the DVD duplicator, and we made, thousands of copies of it. And activists, you know, like Renee Houlihan and them, you know, they're all into this. And they'd go to big churches, and they would just stand outside, you know, the property, and they would just start passing out these movies. And it became a thing. And it became such a thing. They were arguing over who gets credit and who gets money and who, whatever, you know. But the whole point was, and I'm looking, you probably can't find this thing anymore. I'm sitting there trying to see if it's still up. But it was, I can't remember the title. I think it was Christian Zionism. And the point that they were making and the research that he had done, and this became a popular movie and it, of course, got attacked, was because there was a conscious effort to bring about Zionism through Christian seminaries with their schools, their training, and they have what was called the Schofield Bible, I think it was, and it was all edited, you know, by Israel being they're in charge of whatever, and you need to get on board, and it was they take all these Christian pastors and they give them a trip to Israel. They gotta go, kiss the wall or something. All this stuff, and what you found out that in this Bible, it was like double the size of the Bible because it had so many footnotes in the training of pastors. They were like, nope, it's Israel, 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 and you're doing it wrong if it's not Israel. So that was how they did it. How all these Zionist Christian pushing whatever the hell. And this was amazing. I watched that film, and Shelton did a really good job on it, and it became news here in the Valley. It was a thing. But it was all about how they did it, how they penetrated the Christian churches, the same thing they were trying to do with Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk. This was how it was done. This is what is happening. It was started with the research of this one pastor. I had him on. 4409 got hooked up with him. They did the movie. Well, that movie, it laid it out, of how this happened, with the history of Zionism, how they took this, was it Schofield Bible, I think is what they called it, and they made it part of the training of all Christians. It was just like the Israelis in Congress. They went in the Southern Baptist Congress. I mean, same kind of crap. So you're going, wow. So you want to know where it started? I'll see if I can find it, and I'll put it up on the site. It's a good time to put it up now. And it was so powerful that it really got attacked. Here come the media. Here comes whatever. It's true or it's not true. Well, they had it cited. Everything. It was nothing you could argue with, which is why they were so freaked out about it. So I came in, with this Israel influence kind of thing through that. It was, okay, I can see because they did it. So where do we go? Are we a Christian nation, a Jewish nation? That's why they keep using the phrase Judeo-Christian, the Judeo-Christian ethics, the Judeo-Christian culture, they kept linking Jewish faith with Christian. And for the same reason, I'm going, that's why it's called the New Testament. Yeah, Jesus was Jewish, and he challenged the system. That's why he got crucified. So this has been going on since for freaking ever, and to think that it doesn't have legs now or it doesn't play into it is to not understand what's going on. This has been happening and I didn't go out passing this stuff. They did it at my church that I was going to, but they freaked. Man, they went off the camp. They had their security and police guys going, hey, man, I'm on the, across the street on the sidewalk. Whoever's walking by, going to their car, just handing it out. What kind of impact did it have? Enough that they freaked. And then right after that, Israel gets that pastor to go to Israel. And then they started, we got to have, nuke all the Muslims and, let God sort them out kind of thing. And that's when I had gone to 3 churches. We had one big church, North Phoenix Baptist, where we raised our kids and so on. Our kids went to Phoenix Christian Junior Senior High, each one of them, 6 years of that, which was a lot better. We enjoyed that private school because the parents are in charge. And I knew the guys on the board of directors. And crazy libertarian Ernie, at least, they knew me and had a lot of respect for our children. Well, at the same time, I'm dealing with all this stuff. Freedom's Phoenix is going. I'm running for office. It was not a secret what my opinion was. There was nothing they could disagree with. There was nothing they didn't see. There was nothing they didn't understand. There was no canceling or, kicking out these kids kind of thing because we had credibility and it was the truth. So the point that what started it all was that pastor was saying, how can you be pro-life and advocating for killing all these people? Where's the disconnect there? What the hell? And it came from the Zionist, which is not necessarily Jewish. It's just this, we get our own state and do what we want, and you're going to help us and get over it. And so this supremacy is kind of what feeds in, and this is what Ian Carroll's going on about. These people are wealthy. They're an elite. They've chosen the influence of the Zionism and the government of whatever, and that's how they get away with whatever the hell they want to do, and they think they can do whatever they want, and that's what's been happening. So I've been at this for a long time. When I see that at the and the same thing happens in your industry, the American Medical Association, what are they doing? They limit whatever doctors there could be. You have to be this kind of regulated. You got to do it our way. And, we got a monopoly on health care and you're not allowed. And damn it, take that down. And, colloidal silver doesn't cure anything. You need this antibiotic. I mean, it's the same kind of crap. We are inundated with this on everything. Economics, philosophy, religion. It's all about consolidation of a collective to control the masses and get rich and do whatever the hell it is that they want to do. So is Gaza going to be the rebirth of Israel? Is it going to be, rise? They're looking for the red heifers, right? See, I learned from Revelation in a book called, what was it called? Late Great Planet Earth, or I can't remember. It was Hal Lindsey wrote this book, and I read it, late 70s, early 80s, when I first started reading the Bible and started wanting to know the truth. I'm a truth guy. Just tell me. I'll figure it out. I'll read the damn thing myself. And there were three things that had to happen for the rapture, the tribulation, the end of times, or whatever. Revelation is the last book in the New Testament in the Bible, and it tells about the things that have to happen. It's like a checklist, and they're checking them all off. Gog and Magog, and they're talking about from Russia, from that area coming in and invading, and what's going to have to happen before the return of Christ. Well, they have to rebuild the temple. They moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. They got the Temple on the Mount, which is supposed to be where he was crucified or has some religious significance there. And the Muslims have their mosque where they want to rebuild on the wall of Jerusalem. They're all praying over there and kind of whatever. We got to rebuild the temple. Well, they rebuild the temple, they have to consecrate it. To do that, they need a perfect red heifer. You keep hearing about, go just look up red heifer. And red heifer is what's required, and rabbis have to, yep, this one's it. It doesn't have any zits or spot, whatever the hell. It's a perfect, and this is going to be, you win, you get to be sacrificed, So they're going through that right now. There was the building of the mount, the red heifer, and there was something else, I can't remember. But when you go through this, you could see that they're trying to bring about these prophecies, and the end is what? Central control, central command, the mark of the beast. You neither would be able to buy or sell except for. I think the mark of the beast was one of them. So where does that go? Back of the hand, forehead, whatever. You can feel it coming. The technology and stuff, here we go. Now's our time. We're going to have, and you have ID. You need a national ID. You need to be on the plantation. You need to be slave marked. And I remember Claire will, put out this one letter. This is the late 90s. And what happened, there was a grandmother that was writing to her granddaughter that she was forbidden from seeing because her daughter was so pissed off at her mother because she refused to let her be part of social group of whatever. She was very protective and refused to let her get a Social Security card. Because back then you had to go apply. And the way the taxes were, you couldn't write off your children. You could write off your children. Then later they go, nope. You can't write off your children on your taxes unless they have a Social Security card. So then she refused to do that. Well, then it was difficult. She couldn't get ID. She couldn't get a job. She couldn't get, a driver's license or whatever. Yeah, I hate you, Mom. I hate you. You never see your granddaughter. So this woman put it on the internet and wrote a letter to her granddaughter that at some time it would be available for her to read. And I remember that letter, and the one part that stuck out, it wasn't real long, it was a few pages, but it stuck out. She goes, the reason I didn't want to do that, I knew that ranchers brand their cattle. And you don't want to be goyim. You don't want to be chattel. You don't want to be property. So I'm not helping them. And I refuse to do it based on her religious beliefs. Now, will the granddaughter take that to heart or whatever? You know, I don't know. But it was the commitment of this one woman not to give her child the mark of the beast. Well, you know, of course, I got my Social Security card when I turned 16. My 16th birthday, I went and interviewed at McDonald's, and I got a job. I worked for McDonald's almost all through high school. It was, you know, like 2.5 years that I, you know, worked at McDonald's, or yeah, almost 2 years. And it was, you had to get your Social Security number. Well, I didn't know any different. Yeah, whatever, you know. Well, it's not for ID. Well, then it is, you know. And this is, and for a while there, Arizona driver's license was your Social Security number. And people freaked. Well, they changed it, and they put it to a number. But it related to your Social Security number anyway. So whenever you get stopped, I didn't have my wallet or something, the police officer would go, well, you know, what's your Social Security number? Nah, not doing it. Well, I can find it. I go, yeah, but I'm not helping you. I mean, you know, I'll give you my name, whatever. You can run it through, give me a ticket, but I'm not volunteering it because, you know, this is been going on for a long time, and I'm old enough to remember the general public opinion, the attitudes, the concerns of all this, and it has been systematically beaten out of us. What's the future? Credibility. Who do you believe? Why? What are the steps that they're taking that they need to get to where now we identify everybody and Palantir's got all the information? Well, I just had a couple, end of last week or beginning of the week, a guy named Al Liebel. And it was Tim Pachot, our friend Tim Pachot, the financial advisor. He goes, you need to talk to this guy. What he's creating is a private ID. He goes, yeah, it's a digital ID, but it's not government. You know, I go, but at what point do you know who it is? Are you showing some government ID in the beginning? Are you having, you know, somebody vouching for you? How, you know, this is like Scuttlebutt, which was a letter on Letters of Captain Mark on Pirates Without Borders that we did, is how do you know that's the person? I don't care what you call yourself. You come on my pirate ship of whatever, you know, you can be Fred, I don't care. But I need to know it's you. There's going to be some private ID of I know this person. And if it's biometric and you go on to some other liberty community, you want to cause trouble there, they'll be able to go, yeah, I don't want this person on my hippie commune because they're a bad guy. How do you know? Because the liberty community has identified them. See, I don't have a problem with you identifying who you are. I don't want government doing it. I don't want them to. So it's like, you know, the Twitter where all the media freaked out because he did away with the blue check mark, or they had all these bots that they got rid of, or they're going to, you're doing it wrong. You're IDing our bots. So IDing someone or knowing who they are, a lot of times you just have a small community. It helps with that. But to put this in a collective that you are going to get the mark of the beast or any kind of capability of that, why? Why would you do that? What's the purpose? Neither will you be able to buy or sell. So here you get Bill Gates coming out and saying, we're just going to make it inconvenient for anybody to not get their Vax ID card, to not have their RFID, you know, ID, to not have your RFID inside your passport, to not. And I'm going, wow. So now I'm going to be 65, you know, I paid, I want my Social Security money. Yep, you got to fill out this here form. So it's just, it's so obvious what's happening, and you could see if you're a principled, understand the proper role of any government is for the protection of the people in their jurisdiction. If it's not that, then what is it? Well, it's been obviously you're a slave. You're just cattle. You're livestock. And that was one thing, Stefan Molyneux, he did a thing called Matrix 13. I remember it was years ago before the bloom fell off his rose. But he was making the point that the reason you have much more productivity of free-range chickens, and this is when we started having chickens, and I could see it. I witnessed it. When they're free-range, they're more productive, they're healthier, they produce more. You want to have a freedom kind of mindset. You want to hands off a lot of people, and you get a thriving economy. But then what happens? You create a lot of wealth. And you wind up in the chicken McNugget box. That's what happens. They fatten you up so they can take it. That's what's going on. So you don't want to be livestock. And that's how we're seen. In fact, anyone that's not Jewish, that's how they look at you. Well, this Jewish supremacy thing is one of the things that they're seeing in the Epstein files. These guys are the Zionists. We rule because we got a permission slip from God. We are the superior race. We have the higher IQs. We are the ones in charge. Okay. Be in charge of what, not in charge of me. Oh, yeah? Well, this here gun says we are. This is the battle. It's not Zionism. It's not the Jews. The Jews did it, and if they didn't do it, they're going to do it. I mean, I know people like that. But do I really look at it as Jewish people? Well, where's your allegiance? To your neighbors, your home, your family, or to Israel? Or even your nation. That's why, at the end, make the big point, none of these governments are legitimate. They use force and fraud, and they put a gun to your head. That's not legitimacy. They're legitimate from the general public opinion of the people that I support this organization because it protects my rights. And when it doesn't do that, what do you say you do here? So we have been inundated throughout history on this, and you're going to find that the Epstein files are going to expose the tree of control. Now, Jews are going to get hammered on this thing. It's going to be certainly the Zionists. And it's up to the freedom-oriented people to go like we did with First Contact Protocol, talking about AI and interfacing with that, is we have to be ethical. We have to teach it ethics. If we don't do that, it's going to be Zionist. And then I just saw a video about this very thing, and you have Israeli people, Netanyahu, these billionaires going, we have to take control of social media. We have to seed the internet with the information that we want so that the AI gets seeded with this information. And we have to do it on such a large scale to overwhelm the opposition on social media from people, from free minds, from those freaking libertarians that are out there being a pain in our ass. This is the battle. So do I blame Jews? Well, throughout history, a lot of people have, but it comes from we rule you because we can until they can't. That's why I think the internet has been such a source of just information for people to have the information to be able to push the truth button and get their information. But then there's propaganda. Now they got AI propaganda. That's why I spent so much time on don't lie to me, Grok. I'll backhand you. So, am I better off? Okay, yeah, whatever. I get more, better information, but I don't trust all this crap. It's the 5% of whatever. And it'll tell you. ChatGPT comes right out. There are guardrails. I am not allowed to give this opinion or to talk about this. And where do you think they are? It's all around this Zionist stuff. They have to overwhelm the internet with the information that they want. So, do I say Zionists? No, they're just another collective. If it wasn't them, there'd be a whole big line of WEF guys behind them. They just all into the same thing. It's all about control. And here comes Palantir. So, and then they go, oh, you're such a, Elon Musk fanboy. Yeah, not so much. I mean, I'm inspired by a lot of the things that's going on, but it's just all part of the same stuff. It's going to be, we have to be responsible for our own actions, for the responsibility we have to our own life, our own liberty, our own property, our family, what we teach. That's why I'm so excited about the Philosophy of Liberty campaign, the preparation, which is, 16 weeks, 4 years of, learning to be a freaking man. It's fundamental stuff. So this Zionist thing is going to get hammered. And that's where the battle is going to be. You're going to see it. And this Epstein file thing was part of, but I don't know where Trump comes in on this. He's Mr. Zionist as far as I can tell. And J.D. Vance sure as shit. So who do they go after? Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie was like, no, I'm not putting my constituency through this. I know what they're going to do. I'm not doing it. So she may run for U.S. Senate or governor there or something. I don't think she's done. But this looked bad for Trump. And then calling her a traitor and after she's been so supportive, and then going after Massey. Why? Because they were supportive of releasing the Epstein files and insisted on it. And now it got dumped. Is that everything? Probably not. And they go, here it all, instead of doing zip files, they did individual files. So they had to use AI to download everything and go through it, which they are. So is AI a tool for good or bad? It's a double-edged sword. But what's going to protect us? Our general public opinion. Who has credibility? Who do you believe? That's what the future is going to be. And that's what you see with things like Tucker Carlson. How bad is he? I don't know. Better than the only reason for his popularity is to the degree that he's credible. And when he loses that, he's going to lose his audience. So that's how I see it. It is all the same thing. Collectivism versus individualism. And they have come out clearly, like the New York mayor, socialist, whatever guy, that, then you find out that his mother was tied in and they're all Epstein up and whatever. I mean, it's all going to come out sooner or later. And what happens is you look at this and he goes, we have to get away from America's embracing of individualism. We are a collective. We are a community. We are, we rule you. That's the battle. That's what always has been the battle. That's where objectivism came from, Austrian economics, Ayn Rand stuff, even a lot of science fiction writers. I just gravitated towards that thought process because I was enamored with Thomas Jefferson. He goes, yeah, if we're going to have a government, it's individual right thing. It's leave me aloneism. If you never saw a government agent, it'd be too soon. I mean, and I go, yeah, what he said. And then when you go back over history, you find out that John Adams and he and Thomas Jefferson in their later years, kind of came together. And when Quincy Adams, his son, got elected president, Thomas Jefferson sent him a note saying, hey, you must be very proud and congratulations and peace sign. And they started up correspondence again. Well, Thomas Jefferson had that duplicating machine. It was a pen with another pen, and everything he wrote would duplicate. So he had like his own copier he invented. So that's how we know about a lot of this stuff. Well, what happened was John Adams was advocating for Washington to be a king. We need our own royalty. We need our own, monarchy. We need our own kind of strong central plan. And then Hamilton, of course, that's why 10 years later, after the Declaration of Independence, they had the Constitution. And the first thing they do, we got three branches of government. Yeah, well, what happens when they're aligned against the rights of the individual? If, approved by the Supreme Court, you find yourself in a free speech zone. That's what happens. So this is what Patrick Henry was talking about. He goes, hey, you got all this power that's going to be centralized. Well, what happens when the three branches are against you? Well, now we're seeing it. So that's why they had the Bill of Rights, to stop another revolution. The states were in an uproar. Oh, hell no. All right. We're going to do this Bill of Rights thing so that all the 10 thou shalt nots of government. That was the appeasement to the anti-federalists, the libertarians of the day, because they knew what was going to happen when you collectivize this much power. Well, when they did that, what did they do? Immediately, it's not worth a Continental, which was just paper money they were printing up to fund the revolution, wasn't worth anything. But when they did the Constitution, they go, yeah, we're going to pay off this debt. So what did they do? They went all around the colonies buying up Continentals. Anybody had them for like pennies on the dollar. And then they did the Constitution. Yep, we're giving full faith and credit to that. Kind of, you can cash it in. Oh, well, who did it? The guys that were doing the Constitution. But how many people worked on the Constitution and signed the Declaration of Independence? None, or a couple, or hell, Thomas Jefferson was in France. So I'm going, this has been from the beginning. And it was to collectivize. And what did Hamilton wanted? A central bank. And eventually they got it. And they did away with it. And they got it again. And they did away with it. And then here comes the Federal Reserve. It was all about the same thing. Collectivization so you can milk the herd. Well, who wanted to do it? Those that felt they could, that they felt they deserved it, that felt it was justified. The Zionists come in, and the socialists in the late 1800s. That's where the Pledge of Allegiance came from. They needed to get all the kids, I pledge allegiance to, America kind of thing. Well, it was after the Civil War. You're not a Virginian anymore, a Georgian. You're a freaking American. You're all on the plantation. 13th and 14th Amendment just made us all slaves. We're equally yoked. So this has been how I grew up, understanding this, trying to just, what is the truth? The truth is we're delegating authority to someone to be our master. That's why you see on Freedom's Phoenix the banner ad for the Jones Plantation. This is a movie that was done, from a story written by Larkin Rose. In fact, he was in it. It's a really good movie. And all it was about, well, it's a plantation, the Jones Plantation, we're going to let you vote for your massa. We're a democracy. All the field, you're free. You're free. You can go out there and get kidnapped and beaten, whatever, or you can stay here and you can vote for your master. But you're going to have a master. That's what that movie is all about. So this is not new. It happens over and over and over and over throughout history. And it's no different what's going to happen this time. So what's the future? I don't know. But it is definitely going to be the individual versus the collective. It always has been. And I did a show one time, a couple of shows, when I sat in, for Charles Goyette one time, and then, of course, on my show and all that stuff, that I picked out movies, and it was things like, the Matrix, and Braveheart, and Patriot, and Gladiator, and a bunch of other blockbusters. I go, why are these? I was on Air America. I got, communist audience, and I'm going, look, I want to play some scenes from this so that you understand. I had IMDb, who was the director, the actor, and all that kind of stuff. And I had clips that I had the board op. I would signal him, would go in order, and he'd play it. And it would be, like Gladiator. They're sitting in the market. One of the senators go, the scumbag Caesar that took over. He goes, he knows what Rome is. He understands. It's not the marble of the Senate. It's the sand of the Colosseum. He'll bring them death, and they'll love him for it. This. A lot of these scenes like this in The Patriot, Braveheart, why were they such blockbusters? Because it was always the theme was the underdog, the individual versus the collective, versus the controllers, versus that was people voting with their dollars at the box office. So what did they change? You got V for Vendetta in there. Right after V for Vendetta, they're like, oh, hell no. And the whole media went woke. And what was it? Identity politics. You're part of this collective. You're in this group. You're represented by. It's the man. They weren't talking about the government, the man. They were talking about any man, any individual, any individualistic individual that thought that his individual rights trumped your collective demand. This is what Ayn Rand books were all about. Anthem, We the Living, Atlas Shrugged did a good job. Watch the first Atlas Shrugged movie. Yeah, it was kind of suck. But, I thought that was awesome. Everybody's going, well, it did. I thought they did a pretty good job. You haven't read the book. So this is why I take the positions with full confidence that the credibility of my opinion will win out in the end. Because it's always the individual versus the collective. And if you act that way, there's no fear. Fear of what? Being wrong? No fear, no fear, no fear. I know how this turns out. A lot of Christians in the end, Jesus wins. And I think that's what's coming. I think it's going to be an awakening to a much higher, you want a collective? Well, our collective of freedom, our collective of there's a king in heaven, there's a collective of, when the people come back to me and understand, I'll give you bountiful fruit of you will go forth and multiply and the earth is yours to steward over and kick ass. Well, who's going to try and take everything from the individuals that provide for their family? The collective. It's always individualism versus the collective. And the promise in America that our country was different, that we were going to have this, any delegation of authority to this was to protect that. But the Anti-Federalists knew better. Whenever you have this kind of power, you run into the presidents doing whatever they're doing, and Trump is a really freaking good example of using the collective power. And he's appointed most of the Supreme Court now. Now he may even get more. That's the problem. We are delegating authority that, one, we don't even have, but our own personal authority that we do have to somebody else. That is the mistake, in my not so freaking humble opinion. Phranq. You're muted, Phranq.
Wow. Wow, that was epic. Thank you. Wow, I can talk. That's amazing. All right, I'm just giving you a taste, buddy. It's okay. Well, look, since Ernie's been pontificating, and rightfully so, I agree with everything Ernie's talking about, just even I'm giving him crap. Did you happen to see what happened since you were talking? Did you want to take a look at the Bitcoin price since you've been talking?
Is it under 60?
Go and take a look.
All right.
It's at 63,000. So
yeah,
it started off the day at 73.
Oh, and silver's down to 73.
Yeah,
and I don't care. See, this is fundamental.
No,
what
exactly.
if you have
what's
faith?
interesting is, yeah. Well, to think about it, it opened today, ballpark 73.74, which was $1,000 under Michael Saylor's average. I'm not sure how many investors were tracking that number or not. I mean, I just happen to know because Peter Schiff always made that the target. 73, or 74, whatever it was. So anyway, it went from 73, 74-ish down to 63. So it went $10,000 literally as we're doing our show. And who knows? I'm not, and by the way, I'm not in any way mocking anyone who's lost money on it, at least on paper. So, but it is what it is. We're just watching this thing change. And Michael Burry, who's, a big Bitcoin person, had come out just the other day and acknowledged, at least, all of a sudden he's got to turn a card here. And he says, yeah, exactly. And he says, I think we've realized that Bitcoin is really, hope you're sitting down for this, Ernie, a speculative asset. So now that's what he's deemed it as a speculative asset and not necessarily the equivalent of gold, meaning that, for a hedge against inflation. So the fact that he says that, of course, if you and I say it, doesn't matter, but when Burry said it, that's on top of everything else. So again, this is like a cascading issue where multiple things start happening. People suddenly change their mind and they want to act as if that they're ahead of the curve. And that's what's going to happen. I'm sure Robert Kiyosaki, which I cannot stand that guy, the rich dad, poor dad, the guy, I think the guy, anyway, I have real issues. To me, I put him in the same boat as Michael Saylor. But in any case, these guys are all going to try and get ahead of it, and they're all going to act. That they're all going to start acting like they saw all this coming, and it's amazing how they just rewrite their own history, and people just go with it, just like Trump. I was all for the Epstein files being released. Oh no, now I'm not, and oh, of course, I was always for transparency. It's just you just get to the point. Like, do any of these people know that we're in the year 2026? Like, this is not 1980 when you had a controlled media of ABC, NBC, CBS, and the Wall Street Journal. Like sometimes I think the system's on rails, and in all seriousness, it just doesn't know how to mutate, how to change. It doesn't know. And the only thing around it is censorship or calling people racist and bigots. And they've tried all of that. They've blown their wad. And now I think, and this is getting a little more meta beyond just the Bitcoin thing, but I think this is a deal with Disney, the failure of the movies, of Hollywood. I mean, all sorts of things. Trump, as much as we're bashing Trump for good reason, Trump did destroy, at least the conventional system, the mainstream media. I think he opened the door for a new political movement. Unfortunately, I don't think Trump's the guy, clearly, but I still support him. I support that I voted for him. I support every argument you and I have had, because to me it never was that Trump was the savior. It was the fact that trying to just keep doing the same system was a waste of time. And I needed someone to be the Molotov cocktail into the system to expose it. And it has. And I'm happy about it. I really am. So it's just, the question now is where do we go from here? And when you see Cenk Uygur, with Tucker Carlson as an example, and then the Epstein files coming out, and you're seeing, the fact that Bitcoin is doing what it's doing, and gold and silver is now being talked about by normies. I mean, there's so many things going on here. I think we really are at a reset on many different levels. As much as the system thinks they can control the reset, I think the people really are. Now, it's going to be some kind of an amalgam. We shall see, but it is encouraging, and I am optimistic ultimately. Now, going back to the Epstein and Dan Bongino, I want to play just two clips here. I think you guys might find fascinating. So one is these are both quick, but one is Dan Bongino on his show. And I said this earlier, but I want this audience to hear it from his own words from his podcast. This is on the Jimmy Dore show. He was actually commenting on it. So just it's a quick clip, but it's basically Dan Bongino saying that, well, I did my job. I was custodian of the information. That's what you hired me to do. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. It's like you go in and you just change everything, and you think people have no memory. And I don't know. It's like, I guess it worked before, because when you own the media, you could just gaslight enough people that you got the stupid people to go along with it, and the people who were intelligent who didn't buy it were just kept out. And eventually either you got suckered to go along with the narrative, or you just were ostracized and kept out of the whole discussion. There was nowhere else you could go. That was controlling the narrative. And I think these people still think that works. So let's hear Dan Bongino, Mr. Whatever they tell you, people, don't ever drop this issue about Epstein. There's no way he killed himself, and the government's involved, and whatever they throw at you is a smoke screen, and don't believe anything they say, until he becomes, DOG member, and then, trust me, bro, he killed himself. Nothing to see here. So here he is on his new show. Here we go.
What are you passionate about? Protecting Israel. I guess.
Okay, give me 1 second.
I thought you'd be passionate about justice for, Americans, because you're in the fucking FBI.
Sorry.
Am I misunderstood here?
There are ongoing cases and other things, and you guys didn't pay me, the taxpayer, to go in there and come out here and try to be some superhero. You paid me to do the right thing, and the right thing involves keeping custody over information. So you're going to be misunderstood about stuff.
So there we go. Sorry about the idiot in the beginning. I hate that guy. But basically, there he is. You guys paid me to be the custodian of the information. So that's going to be the next meme. You paid me to be the custodian of the information. Don't be
put a
asking
mop in his
for the
hand.
Epstein files. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like I can't wrap my head around it. All right, and now here's the last clip here. This one is about Maxwell. I forget what's his name, the guy, the father of Ghislaine. And in many ways, he seems to be really Epstein 1.0. Now, we'll probably never hear everything about him. But, when he died mysteriously off the back of his boat, right? He had his whole yacht, whatever. He just mysteriously died. And you're going to hear them talk about what happened right before he died, because in the Epstein files or whatever was released,
he had several
information
all past
came out
and
that maybe
current Israeli
exposes-
prime ministers at his funeral. Tell him what a great guy he was.
Exactly. And so but this is the kicker, though. It looks like from the new information that the Israelis are the ones that killed him. So, Mossad killed him and then turned around and had the audacity to give him the Israeli state funeral. I mean, it's like, you know what? You sit back and you go, of course. How else would this play out, right? This is the people we're dealing with. So many of you know that he ran. I mean, he was a really corrupt guy. Of course, his daughter is Ghislaine. He had a real appetite for women and money and corruption and pulling people together and dealing with the 3-letter agencies, apparently. And he also was in charge of the textbooks in our schools. So this gentleman,
he was a publisher.
I hate to use that word. I'll say this dude as a publisher, he was making the history books that I and you, Ernie, read
Schofield
from.
Bible.
Their version of history. Yeah, it's like their version of history. And then what they often say, the winners are the ones that write the history books. And in this case, the people who come to another foreign country and then, basically overtake or co-opt the foreign country. And then you turn around and you can recreate their history, restructure their culture. Reorient what their foreign policy should be, get into their churches and get their religion to change and defend them. I mean, I even talk about with JFK. I mean, I can't prove it was Mossad, but when you get down to it, it's like who actually killed JFK? I mean, we talk about the shooter, but it's Jack Ruby is the one that killed what's his name, right? And Jack Ruby is not his name. His name's Jack Rubenstein. Rubenstein, it's not some Greek name. It's not Swahili. It's not German. It's Rubenstein, and he shortens it to Ruby, right? And then he dies in prison, and nobody ever follows up on who the guy was who killed Oswald. It's like every goddamn thing just keeps. You follow these threads, and I sound like the stereotype that they'll say, anti-Semite. But what can I tell you? I mean, his name is it's not like Delaney, Tamburri. It's I mean, what are the odds? And when you do the ratio of the population of people of certain backgrounds, you just can't help it. And this is somebody that never even questioned this stuff, admittedly. You guys can laugh at me about it years ago. So here we go. It's just a couple minutes talking about what has been found about Mr. Maxwell. And I think you'll find this interesting, Ernie. Here we go.
Before Jeffrey Epstein, there was Robert Maxwell. Is actually Maxwell when he was killed. Maxwell, and it was similar also in the sense that there were so many obvious clues that he was an Israeli intelligence asset, including his burial in Israel at the most prestigious place, including Ari Ben-Menash saying out loud he was an asset and I worked directly with him, including all of this evidence. And you'd have the press calling it a giant conspiracy theory. So it was similar in that sense and the public eventually, I think, that followed was No, yeah, don't believe the press on this one. The conspiracy theory is true, and now it's now it's barely even a controversial thing to say that Maxwell was an Israeli asset.
Yeah,
like he just was.
Yeah,
and he also was, like Epstein, a bit of a con artist and a flim flam, and frittered away hundreds of millions of dollars. According to Ben Menash, the thing that actually broke his empire was this intramural dispute with the Israeli weapons traffickers involved in Iran-Contra. And so they moved their money from banks that were guaranteeing Maxwell with the Iran-Contra money to the East Bloc. So the money would be safe from the CIA, which they were now starting to fight with. And so once that money got pulled, now Maxwell all of a sudden couldn't meet his monthly obligations. Maxwell then threatened that he would blow the whistle on all the things that he was doing for them. And just a pro tip for assets out there: you're not going to win that one. Don't do that. Don't warn them. If you do it, just do it. Don't tell them, do X, or I'm going to expose all of your secrets. Don't do that.
Yeah.
You're not going to make it to that point. If you're going to leak stuff, leak it. Blow the whistle.
You might end up falling off the back of your yacht.
Don't.
Yeah, there we go. So it's just fascinating. This is just a few days into the release of all these files. So that's the fascinating too, just to be able to tie, Maxwell, the father, into what may have happened to him. And of course, it's Iran-Contra. And guess who's involved in Iran-Contra? It's the Israeli defense again, and they had money in Iran-Contra apparently. So it's just like this web keeps going, and I just don't know if people today, and this kind of, not to rehash the question I threw at you that you went on discussing a bit. I just don't know whether people have the appetite for this anymore. Like, at what point do people just say enough is enough? I mean, sometimes I feel that myself. I just don't care, and I feel like it just doesn't matter. And you can get further down the rabbit hole to explain what all this is, but it's like this strange line. On one hand, you feel like it's your duty, or many of us are political mavens anyway. We're kind of into it. To justify our viewpoints. But, you can just sit there and keep beating a dead horse, like you'd say, government bad, 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 and they're all liars and this and that. I don't know. I mean, if it exposes more people, if it opens more minds, and we can get closer to the people taking control of their own government, then I guess that's a win. But at the same time, sometimes I wonder, because I'm sure there's nobody listening to our show right now. We're how many hours in, and none of you would be listening to Ernie and I just arguing. I'm sure you guys have better things to do. But I mean, in all seriousness, it's just, like how much do we have? Like, we already get it. It's almost like OJ. Like, you already know. Like, does it really matter if he goes to jail or not? Like, it's like, do we need the official government to say, you're a bad person, you're guilty? It used to be that's what mattered. But you get to a point where it just doesn't matter. I mean, nobody cares what the Department of Justice says. If people are found guilty, usually a lot of times they're innocent. They're just they're political prisoners. And then if they're found innocent, usually they're guilty. And they're, Hillary Clinton, who turns around and, takes a hammer to her cell phones and then, takes her server and refuses to give it for a month. I remember we covered that on the Trump Report, a whole month in contempt from a federal judge who was appointed by Bill Clinton himself, who said, Hillary, you got to turn over the servers. She's like, F you. And then when she finally turned it over, she used bleach bit, and I'm sure we all remember those days. And it's like, nothing happens. And then she gets an interview with the FBI and she agrees, no, it won't be recorded. And everything just, it's like vaporware, just all disappears. And it goes on and on. The saddest thing for me personally, and many of you probably have your own examples, and I have to say this, it's my wife. And, I love her dearly. And she, when she got started with all this, she had no idea what she was dealing with when she met me. God help her. But, she's seen the world a lot different. And, she's I hate to say, woken up or red-pilled, whatever you want to say. I mean, she came from a far leftist family, and she certainly, I mean, she saw a lot during the Ron Paul years, especially when I first met Ernie and Donna. She saw firsthand, just what the system's capable of. And it wasn't about Democrat, Republican. It was about the system. But to hear her, of all people, just kind of throw her hands up. And you heard how excited she was and angry, over the last election. And a lot of it was over medicine. It was over the vaccine. It was over the fact that her newly born child was going to be forced to have an experimental drug in her. I mean, and she's being told by her leftist family, who all hated drug companies up until Biden was in there, that she was a bad mom and everything else. And both of us almost had to give up our practices. I mean, literally, we were looking to sell our practices and move, let's just say, away in order to keep our child from getting the vax. I mean, remember, if many of you guys remember, it came down to the wire of how close we were to. I mean, we all remember, and that's what you saw that night of the election. It wasn't anything else. It was that whole COVID thing that came to fruition, to the line, and that's that night that you saw Savarda. And that's kind of a private moment that Ernie and Donna got to see, but it kind of reinforces how many people saw that election for different reasons. But to have her, I'm kind of talking out of school because she won't care. She'll let me in. But just the fact that she is so nonplussed about it and just doesn't care and just feels like it doesn't matter. Anyone who's guilty will be let go and the innocent will be arrested. And I'm only saying this using her more as an educated canary in the coal mine. She represents kind of the people I'm talking about. I mean, she's more educated than most. I mean, she's unfortunately, hangs out with me, and just like, Donna and others, but she has had her own journey on how to get to this place, and to just not to throw your hands up and have no trust in anything. That is the moment where the whole thing collapses, and now we're at a point where every president is going to be impeached. Like whoever gets in is going to be impeached on day one. Do you remember the days long ago when impeachment was something you read in the history books in civics class in 1980, when I was in 1888, I was a senior. Oh yeah, did you know that you could be impeached? And this guy named Richard Nixon was impeached, and it was like a whole section about this one part of the Constitution that you never knew about called impeachment. It was before my time. Now impeachment is like, throwing spit wads at the guy on the school bus. I mean, it means nothing. And now the word impeachment means nothing. The word racist means nothing. The word sexist means nothing. Anti-Semitism, means nothing. It's just words and diluted and anger and vitriol. And it's what was it, Shakespeare? What is it? God, I'm going to mess this up. I'm sorry, guys, for you literature buffs. It's like words and fury, meaning nothing. Remember that quote from, was it Shakespeare? It's like words and fury. I'm getting it a bit wrong, but you get the idea. It's just words and all emotions, and it just means nothing at the end. And I think that is the kind of the crestfallen part of our country and our culture, and that's where we're at. So, before we have to end this up because I have to get going, but I want to just, we can talk about this more next week. I've had this on my deck here to discuss for just a few weeks. We never got to it, but I just want to mention quickly information with Donald Trump and his clubs. Interesting with these clubs he has. Here we go. So he's got 2 clubs, probably has more. I just want to throw this out. I'll give you the last word, and I got to get going. But first off, Donald Trump, we haven't chatted about it yet. He has this Board of Peace. Have you covered that at all? The Board of Peace?
Well, we have stories up about
$1 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's $1 billion to be on his Board of Peace. And, it's he talked about the World Economic Forum in Davos, a little while ago. I mean, is it a scam? Is it a delusion? Is it both? Israel's all supposedly saying how great it is. It's supposedly supposed to be stability and restore dependable lawful governance and secure enduring peace in areas affected or threatened by conflict. I mean, originally, it was about Gaza, but they kind of took the Gaza part out, and now it basically indicates any sort of conflict anywhere on Earth. So it's almost like they're now in charge, and of course, who's in charge of the Board of Peace, except the most peaceful person in the world, who should get the Nobel Peace Prize? I forget his name. Donald J. Trump. That's right. That's his name. So he's actually head of the board, as he's we claim he's not legit, and Greenland, and we go all day, and bombing Iran, and getting whatever threatened by Mossad and Bibi Netanyahu and the rest. So anyway, so we have that board of peace, which I think is just becoming a joke to the rest of the world and a power play. The other is the executive branch, which is probably unrelated, and in many ways probably is related. So the Board of Peace is an international cabal headed by Trump, and now we've got the executive branch / club, also by Trump. And it says here, this is on Wiki, the executive branch is a private members club that opened in the Georgetown neighborhood of D.C. It's a private club for the MAGA elite. And originally it was part of the Trump administration and includes people like Cora Alvey, Paul Atkins, James Blair, Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Taylor Budowich, Brendan Carr, Andrew Ferguson, Jeff Freeland, Tulsi Gabbard, Caroline Levitt, Tricia McLaughlin, Mehmet Oz, so Dr. Oz, Alexander Priet, Marco Rubio, and Stephanie Spear. Other attendees include wealthy CEOs, tech founders, and policy experts, such as Pace Bradshaw, Adam Forgey, Sean O'Neill, Garrett Venturi, a few others. Despite the club's strict no media rule, the launch party included members of the media, such as Dasha Burns of Politico, Garrett Hakey of NBC and MSNBC. There's people from CNN, Laura Ingraham from Fox News, Alana Treen from CNN, and someone from NBC. Anyway, it says it kind of started from a lot of clubs after the COVID-19 pandemic. And lastly, the owners of this club, first of all, it costs $500,000 to be a member. So $500,000 and we're all good. The owners are Donald Trump Jr., Omid Malik, who I'm not sure who he is, but with that name, I'm sure he's got some connections. Chris Bushkirk of 1789 Capital, so it sounds like that's some kind of investment firm, and businessmen Alex and Zach Witkoff, who are both the sons of Steve Witkoff, who we put in charge of all the Israeli negotiations. And of course, Steve Witkoff, who I do have a lot of respect for, but he's a real estate developer, and he was actually assigned as the U.S. envoy to the Middle East. The club president is Glenn Gilmore. Whoever, I forget. That sounds familiar. Crypto czar, Chamath. Here we go, Ernie. The Winklevoss twins, along with super lobbyist Jeff Miller. Anyway, I don't keep going on this, but it's just interesting. You've got the executive branch of those people that have all access to the president through his son, and then you have the Board of Peace for $1 billion buy-in, where it's Trump in charge and Bibi Netanyahu, who changed the direction of the club. It is what it is. So the thing is, it's a shame because all of this, a lot of the MAGA people, rightfully or wrongfully, would have still supported Trump. I go on the fence about it. I mean, I'm an ethical person. I'm not going to just bow down to someone because I'm Team Trump. I do have ethics about it. And, I've proven, if nothing else, I mean, he went off the reservation with Epstein. He's done to me. But, I could see a little more leeway if he was able to hold on to the moral high ground. And that's the part whether he made a bad mistake or not, I don't know. But it was a very bad play. And once you lose the moral high ground, everything else collapses underneath it. And I feel bad for how many people supported Trump, especially after the shooting, and how many Christians especially. They started to look at Trump as, a message from God. I mean, someone gave me actually an ornament, a Christmas ornament that I did not put up, but it has Trump kneeling down and being blessed by Jesus. I mean, it's a beautiful ornament, Christmas ornament, but I mean that's the level that people looked at him at that point. So it's a real shame. Anyway, I don't want to keep rambling about it for now. We have a few more weeks. I'm sure more Epstein stuff will come out. I don't know whether Trump understands the position that he's in. I'll end on this, and I'll give you the last word, and I might have to chime out because I have to leave. But I watched a movie last night. It was on HBO Max. It's an HBO movie, and it was on Joe Paterno. Obviously you guys know Joe Paterno, the Penn State, Joe Pa. And I know him very well because Dr. Tamburri graduated from Penn State. I met Joe Pa. I was there during the high times of Joe Paterno's reign. I mean, I remember a bunch
Donna
of
lived in
rallies
State
and riots
College.
that
She
would
went to
wind
Penn
up at
State
Joe
4
Pa's
years.
house.
She is all Paterno'd up, man.
Yeah, Donna. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Donna and I have that in connection in common. It's pretty cool. But it's like, those people bled Penn State. Of course, I was, I was not a football guy. I never told you this, Ernie. I would buy season tickets. To the Nittany Lions games, and then I would sell them for a profit, and I would use that for investments. So, so I never went to one Penn State game the whole time I was at Penn State. I just made money every year off the profits. So, that was just my deal.
Okay, I hate to do that. I got Daniel McAdams coming on in 10 minutes. I gotta get going here, but I wanted to
okay, that's cool.
show one last thing.
I'm almost done. So
go.
Well, let me finish my point here. So you have Al Pacino played Joe Paterno, and it was a great movie. Check it out if you have access to it. But what was fascinating was showing, and I'm just correlation with Trump here, is that Joe Paterno was the brilliant mastermind of football. And right before he got canned and all that crap happened, he wound up becoming the winningest coach ever. He won like 109, or is that what it was, or 400, or whatever it was? How many games in a row? And he won the record. And he lived and breathed football. He was really a decent guy. Joe Pa was really a good guy. And he just lived football, and he could strategize and see football like a chess game better than anybody else. But the irony of this movie is that he was so old, he wasn't understanding the new media. He didn't understand social media. He didn't understand what was going on, the changes about sexuality and with children and how people perceive things. The world around him had changed. And so it wasn't until the end that Joe Paterno realized how effed he was. But most of the movie was everyone, all his young kids, his younger sons and daughter, trying to explain to him, my God, Dad, have you read the indictments? Are you taking this seriously? And Joe Paterno is he's still watching the football games. He's like, look, I'm busy. I got stuff to do. I got to get prepared for the next game. And everything was for 84 years at that point. And so he couldn't wrap his head around the other game, the social media, legal, public relations football game that was around him. And so for someone who's so brilliant, strategic on one level, he couldn't adapt to the new world. And that was a fascinating dichotomy in that movie. So anyway, I know we have to go, but that's how I'm looking at Trump. It's like the art of the deal and the world before the internet and how he worked. And it all worked for Trump very well. But things have changed so much, and it's the question is, does he understand it, or is he like Joe Paterno, and he's thinking in quicksand because he can't adapt, and no one around him was able to shake him out of it and say, Trump, you're wrong. It's like George Lucas. Nobody could say, don't put Jar Jar Binks in your damn movie. Anyway, I'm done. Thank you, Ernie, for that. Why don't you have the final word? I know you have the next show. Go ahead.
All right. This is what I found, at least show the audience here. 4409 is a good friend that was a Ron Paul activist. He was like making money this YouTube thing. He's like, wow, they send me checks. What the hell, you know? But then of course they shadow banned and canceled and whatever. But his stuff is still up. When he did that movie, the Schofield Bible thing, I put it up at the top of Freedom's Phoenix here. Here is, you know, like a trailer to it that he did. And it's a fascinating movie. It's very damning, and you know they went after it. And I remember it was called Christian Zionism. Well, they went after, you know, and threatened, whatever. It's gone. I can't find it. But this YouTube is there. And it has a reference to it, and it does a trailer on it. It's only, how long is this thing? You know, it's like 10 minutes. And, yeah, I don't want to play it. But and then the other thing, so that's up the reference to that. You can see that, you know, this has been going on a long time. So that's why I wanted to do that. The other thing is this is the show I did with Peter Schiff. And he had, you know, interview on Tucker Carlson, and then this is his debate with the CZ guy. Now, what I wanted to do is just, you can go to the show. It was, when was it? It was just a couple, it's January 27th, so it's just last week that I had this. At the bottom of it is the show that he did on stage at a Bitcoin conference with the owner of Binance. And it was nice. It was friendly. It wasn't, you know, Ernie and Phranq. It was, you know, cordial, whatever. But it was CZ trying to just pimp the crap out of Bitcoin. You're doing it wrong and whatever. And Peter Schiff was kind and whatever, but he beat the crap out of it. And I think, and I told Peter last night, I said, I'm telling you, that speech is going to have a big impact on the understanding of these guys in this audience, and I see Bitcoin taking a dump. Well, it did. And was it because of this? It was because of exactly this. Maybe not because Peter said it, but it was basically all of the points that he made. Bitcoin versus gold. You just put that in, Bitcoin versus gold, CZ and Peter Schiff. And I'm just telling you, it's over. And it's just, and whether it has a use case or not, it's not going to be Bitcoin because they abandoned the whole reasons for it to exist. It just became GoldmanSucks.gov coin. That's the best way I can put it. I'm done. We went long enough. I'm going to have Daniel McAdams on here just a little bit. So if you're listening to the stream, you know, hang out because, you know, Ron Paul and Daniel McAdams know what's up, and we're going to find out here in just a little bit. Thanks, Phranq.
You're welcome. It was a great show. And, you know, I'm sure we'll learn more about Epstein later. There's so much going on. Have yourself a great week, and we'll see you at Melania Part 2.
Shit.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.